Muy buenos días a todos. A nombre del comité organizador de la
A very good morning to you all. In the name of the Organizing Committee of the Climate Summit, I would like to announce that we will start in 10 minutes. This international event. Thank you very much for being with us. We would like to invite those of you who are here in the foyer in the outer area of our auditorium to please start moving into the area and take a seat so we can get started. Due to biosafety matters, we will not be able to have people seated together, so please make sure that you sit spaced out. We must have an appropriate distance between seats. Please do not sit in the white seats. Thank you for understanding. This is a biosafety issue.
Muy buenos días a todos.
A very good morning to you all. We would like to invite you to please take a seat in the red seats. Welcome to the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit. We would like to begin.
Muy buenos
A very good morning to you all. ASO Carbono, IETA, USAID, and the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia would like to welcome you to the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit, Path to COP26. This event is carbon neutral and has been offset with carbon credits that were generated by biored projects in the Pacific area of Colombia. We would like to invite all of our attendees who are here on site at the Getsemani Auditorium at the Cartagena de Indias Convention Center to please silence your electronic devices and also do not bring food or drinks into this area. We would also ask that you sit in the red seats due to biosafety concerns. We cannot have people sitting next to one another. I would also like to tell you that we will have several panels over the next 3 days that will be carried out in both English and Spanish. We would invite those of you who need to please, outside of the auditorium, request an interpreting device so that you can understand everything that our panelists and moderators will be telling us about carbon markets over the coming 3 days of the summit. To start this excellent Latin American and Caribbean summit, I would like to invite you to please stand so that we can hear the Colombian national anthem.
Muchas gracias. Pueden tomar.
Thank you very much. You may take a seat. we would like to remind you in the name of the Organizing Committee of the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit that we are, of course, complying with all biosafety measures. We would request that each of you, in order to enter this auditorium, please present your vaccination card or a PCR test. Thank you very much for being here with us, and I now have the great pleasure of introducing you to our host for this event, Juan Lozano, who is a lawyer and journalist. He is an ex-minister of Environment, Housing and Territorial Development, Foreign Trade, and also of the Presidency, Senator of the Republic of Colombia, Congressman, Secretary of Development, and also municipal mayor. He has been a columnist for El Tiempo and Espectador newspapers and Dean of the Faculty of Journalism. He has directed ASEAN News, the Red Mas channel, and City TV. He's currently the general consultant for media for the Ardia Lule organization. Please come and take the stage. Thank you very much, Ana Maria. A very good morning to you all. I am actually going to go off script for a moment and tell you why I'm so excited to be here with you. It's very important to have seen this excellent work that the organizers have done today so that this summit could be possible. Expectations are, of course, extremely high. And it's extremely important that we take the necessary care and follow the measures in place for a hybrid on-site virtual event for this crucial matter that we are looking at. This is an incredible milestone. We have, of course, the minister in charge of this topic for the national government, members of ASO Carbono, also the formidable presence of US aid. And we've seen excellent ad hoc work done by the organizers. Truly, you have put us on the cutting edge of these hybrid events, and we are sure that this summit will be extremely valuable. I, of course, would like to thank the countries participating. I hope that I don't miss anyone. Let me read the list. We have experts who are participating from Mexico, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, Argentina, the Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Brazil, Guatemala, Colombia, the United States of America, Canada, South Africa, and the West African Alliance. Everybody is here, of course, to talk about carbon markets and adaptation to climate change. We have a common goal as members of humanity to reach zero net emissions. We are all aware of the matters to be addressed here. We have committed militant experts here. This is an extremely relevant agenda. We must look at the evolution of carbon markets in Latin America and Caribbean. We will also have carbon taxes, traceable carbon limits, and we have enormous expectations regarding Article 6. And also we are looking at nature-based solutions as part of the path to COP26 in Glasgow. It is my great pleasure to hand over so that we can hear a welcoming message from the President of the Republic of Colombia, Iván Duque Márquez, to welcome our participants to this climate summit. Ana Milena Plata, President of ASO Carbono, Larry Sachs, Director of US Aid in Colombia, and all participants who are here at this noteworthy event. Thank you for being here. It's extremely important to see how we are opening more discussion spaces to look at how we can face climate change and all its impacts, which we are seeing and experiencing as an entire group of humanity. And this is all due to global warming. In this line of thinking, the Paris Accord seeks to avoid an increase of more than 1.5 degrees centigrade before the end of the century. For this reason, our moral duty is to act now. In Colombia, we are conscious of this responsibility that we hold, despite the fact that our country only represents 0.6% of global GHGs. We indeed made one of the most ambitious commitments in the world in this fight against climate change. on the path to COP26 because we are also one of the most threatened countries when it comes to the impact of climate change. Last year, we updated our national determined contribution, and we placed the goal of reducing our emissions by 51% by 2030. So this will be an equivalent of many tons of CO2 equivalent for 2030. Of course, reiterating our national goal, we would like to be a carbon-neutral country by 2050. This, my dear friends, marks a clear path out for us. We must also look at 196 adaptation measures that we are also advancing upon, thanks to our policy to continue to conserve and continue producing as part of our national circular economy strategy. I would like to highlight that this is a sustained goal. We have several studies and have done coordinated work amongst various stakeholders to verify this effort. We are making a national effort as residents of Colombia. We can all take measures to facilitate the transition to a low-carbon economy, as well as a resilient economy when it comes to climate change. We must articulate or coordinate the efforts of the private sector to reach carbon neutrality. We will be taking several actions to incentivize emission reductions, and amongst these, we will have a carbon tax for our trade systems. Colombia has been innovative, including no causation when it comes to the reduction of emissions. In July of 2021, we had received approximately 4,000 applications, which represents 49 million tons of CO2 that have been reduced in our territory. We also have 495 billion pesos, which are invested in non-causation, and more than 1.3 billion that have already been collected through our carbon tax. This shows us that Colombia is consolidating its carbon market, and in doing so, forming a new economic sector that will contribute to economic reactivation in Colombia. No country, no single person can escape the impacts of global warming. Our commitment in this fight against climate change is decisive. We will act now, and this must be an effort made by everybody. Thank you very much. Vice Minister of Environmental Land Planning is the Minister in charge of this area, Nicolás Galarza. We will hand over to you, Vice Minister. A very good morning to you all. A very good morning to everybody who joins us today, both here on site as well as virtually. In the name of our Minister, Carlos Eduardo Correa, was unfortunately not able to be here with us because he is in Paris attending an OECD assembly. I would like to welcome you on his behalf and extend some warm greetings to you in this first climate summit for Latin America and the Caribbean that we are hosting here in our country, in the marvelous city of Cartagena. Thank you for being here. I would like to welcome our dear friend Larry Sachs, Mission Director of USAID here in Colombia, Dick Forrester, who is joining us virtually, CEO of the International Emissions Trading Association, Susana Vélez, and Alexis Leroy as co-chairs for Latin America and the Caribbean of the IETA, Francisco Ocampo, who is the Executive Director of Asocarbono, Ana Milea Plata, President of the Board of Directors of Asocarbono, Adriana Lobo, who is also joining us virtually, who is the CEO of World Resources Institute in Mexico. A special greeting to you all, and an additional special greeting to our guests and invitees from different government delegations from our region here in Latin America. Our friend Milagros de Camp. Milagros It is a great shame that you were not able to be here with us on site, so we understand that you are joining us virtually, who is part of the Environment Ministry in Guatemala. We also have Freddy Antonio Chiroy. We also have Patricio Lombardi, the Minister of Climate Change of the Misiones province in Argentina, as well as many other government representatives from Ecuador, Mexico, Peru, Costa Rica, Chile, Belize, Canada, and Brazil. Thank you for being here. I would also like to extend a very special welcome, and this has been a great source of joy for us. It was a bit stressful to make this happen, but a very special greeting to our friends Usman Forzar, coordinator of the West African Alliance looking at climate change, and Mbaye Daniel, technical associate also of the West African Alliance. We have a series of strategic partners who are very important with us. For example, the NDC Partnership, ECO Partners, WRI, BERA, UICN, LATAM Airlines, IATA, IFCHOR, Click Foundation, Climate Neutral Now, and I have, of course, already greeted our guests here from Asocarbono and USAID. I would also like to say good morning to Juan Lozano, who will be a world-class host for this event. And I understand that we have more than 300 people here on site and around 150 who are joining us virtually from all different latitudes around Latin America. Our region, Latin America, has a historical opportunity to position itself internationally as a proactive and leading actor when it comes to the development of carbon markets. And this is due to something we are all aware of, which is the enormous wealth that we have in our region, which makes us a strategic actor for the development of mitigation initiatives, and in doing so, make an enormous contribution to resolving the climate change crisis that we are experiencing. We don't have to go too far to see how in our region, an extremely important ecosystem when it comes to global survival is right here, which is the Amazon biome. We have some 7,000 square kilometers, which is home to important flora and fauna and crosses 8 countries. This is the most important rainforest in the world and is enormously important when it comes to carbon capture and is home to, as I said, flora and fauna. In addition to the wealth and value that we can see in the Amazon region in Latin America, we have other extremely important ecosystems that are critical for the development of the fight against climate change. We have tropical glaciers in the Andes. We have páramos or moors, which are ecosystems found in our high mountain ranges. We also have other kinds of high-altitude forests and many other ecosystems to be found in our region, and these are the most severely impacted by climate change. We have dry tropical forest, which has been affected all the way from Mexico to Argentina. And when it comes to the páramos or moors, we still know very little about their potential when it comes to carbon capture. I mention this just as an example to highlight the enormous wealth that our region enjoys, that our countries enjoy, and which gives us an enormous competitive advantage for the development of carbon markets. Carbon markets that, just because they are a point of reference in the voluntary sector, it is expected that this year carbon markets, when it comes to monetary transaction volume, more than $1 billion in global transactions, in accordance with the ecosystem marketplace reports we have seen. This is a market which is, over the last 2 years, has doubled its tons that have been traded in and more than doubled its volume of transactions carried out in monetary terms, mediated, additionally, or in the midst of the year of the pandemic, that produced a social and economic crisis, the strongest that we have lived through in recent times, which of course shows the enormous potential and the relevance of a space such as this that brings us together today. In this line of thinking, it is also worth highlighting that this historical opportunity that I've already mentioned for us to discuss these matters also is subject to very specific circumstances. We are less than 30 days away from COP26, which also intensifies the urgency of this event. 6 years ago in Paris, various countries and stakeholders received a clear mandate when it came to the tasks to be carried out when it came to calculating nationally determined contributions and the establishment of long-term plans to move towards carbon neutrality. It was expected or hoped that the COP event that was not able to be held last year due to the pandemic, it was expected that all countries would arrive to that event and say that they had met with those goals. It is a great pleasure to stand here and say to you and repeat what Ivan Duque, our president, has said, that we have in fact completed this task.
Un mes.
We have 1 month to go until the COP, and it has been a little over a month since we received the 6th report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. That report was on the front cover of all the communication means in the world, and even though it confirmed something that the stats have been saying, and that were in previous reports, in this case it was confirmed in an unequivocal way, showing that human activity has been the main responsible for the climate crisis that we're living. And this report is just one report out of the many that for decades have been pointing the great challenges that we have to face in order to fight this climate crisis that is affecting us. The report from the World Weather Association also pointed some specific things. That was a report that was not very widespread. 2020 was one of the 3 hottest years that we have records for Central America and the Caribbean. It also said that in South America, rainfall during 2020 were lower than the average in the last 3 decades. So I would like to take advantage of this space and this meeting that I'm very happy about, like Juan was saying. I'm very happy to be able to be here in person. We needed this interaction in order to issue some calls to action. Number one, so that we will recognize our capacity to intervene in the markets, but not in a passive way, not as parts, not as counterparts, but as leaders that take the initiative to talk about the protection of the climate and the promotion of greater climate ambitions. I would also like to issue a call of action so that we will take the responsibility that we have in the public sector and also in the private sector to build equitable structures for carbon prices whose benefits can be shared with the communities and the different actors that participate in structuring the projects in an equitable way, in a fair way. I would also like to issue a call of action so that we will understand that the total is more than the sum of the parts, and that the results that we might be able to produce in Latin America and in the Caribbean and in other countries can produce in a joint way an impact that evidently will be much bigger. I would like to close with a couple of messages that are very important. Aside from having an academic agenda, where we will be building knowledge regarding carbon markets and prices, solutions for the global market, and nature-based solutions. In this summit, this first Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit, we will be at the epicenter of a historic event, and that's the launching of the statement on the equity of on equitable carbon markets. And we have been building together with our colleagues of the Dominican Republic, and now we have countries like Guatemala, Senegal, Gambia, Burkina Faso, the province of Misiones in Argentina, and even international organizations like our friends at Conservation International that are supporting it. We are working with them, and I would like to create Fabio right here. So we would like to invite national governments, subnational governments, international organizations, civil society, the private sector, the academia, research centers to continue working specifically, and the commitment to develop this initiative that is going to be signed at this event so that we can join in a decisive way this statement for the equitability of carbon markets. This is one of the sectors that is growing the most. It's an emerging sector for Colombia. Even though we have a tradition, this economic sector that is just getting started, and we know that there we have one of the main solutions for climate change, not just on a national level, but on a worldwide level. I would like to end by saying, in the name of our President Duque and our Minister Carlos Eduardo Correa, I would like to greet you to this building of this historical path that we are starting today. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Galarza. I'm sure that everyone here confirmed these reflections and recommendations, because we all participate in this moment of anxiety when we heard the last report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The call, this urgent call, because of what has happened, this is something that really moved the whole of humanity and will show us the way in Glasgow. And it will have to go necessarily through a path of equitability. I would like to introduce now to you Larry Sachs, the director of USAID in Colombia. Usually the directors in USAID only stay for 4 years, but we're able to Colombianize Larry, and he's going to stay for us for a 5th year. He has a talk on strategies for a more prosperous, resilient, and equitable world through zero net emissions. Well, distinguished guests and followers in the social media, well, the nicest thing about being the third one that talks is that I don't have to go through all the protocol, and I can just say, good morning, everyone. And for those that know me, they know that in the last year and a half, there have been few things that have made me happier than to leave the virtual world and to be able to see and talk with a real person, and to be able to be in the Cartagena and to know that the rich discussion that we're going to have today will be completed with a rich rice with coconut, as is typical of Cartagena. 3 decades ago, I heard about climate change, that carbon was a threat to the planet, that something that we really like, hot coffee in the morning, the smiles of our children, sunsets, and the future were in danger, because all this is here on Earth. And all this is at risk because of climate change. We all agree that we need to reduce emissions. The problem is that reducing emissions is very costly. It means changing the energy network, change agricultural and livestock raising practices, modify transportation means. So how can we reduce emissions without taking companies, families, and associations to ruin? With cost-effective solutions, and we have many of them. Carbon markets are a good example of that. They give flexibility to productive sectors to invest in solutions that won't put their business at risk. The Colombian carbon market is a sample for other countries, and especially it's an opportunity so that the country can position itself in the fight against climate change, an opportunity so that Afro-Colombians and indigenous communities in the Pacific can have a decent life. And it's a possibility to answer to the climate change that is affecting the whole world. The government of the United States recognizes this opportunity. That's why President Biden has enlarged its efforts to face this crisis and putting the fight against climate change at the forefront of the policy of the United States. At the beginning of this year, we joined again the Paris Agreement. We committed to reduce greenhouse gases emissions cut them to half by the year 2030. And like President Biden said at the General Assembly of the United Nations, we are working with our Congress in order to duplicate the public international financing for mitigation and adaptation. In this way, we want to support countries that have been the most affected by climate crisis. And I would like to share with you the investment of Edinson Palacio, a community leader in Darien. He couldn't believe that the conservation of the forest could be more profitable than to cut it down, as he could only see the trees and only see the wood in them. But now he looks, as a conservationist, he looks at these trees and he can see how much carbon he's capturing. When the community council were able to get in contact with a Red Plus project, they had the reservations. Well, was that true that would allow them to live in legality? Yes, for sure. Now, many years later, after we have won the trust of the communities in Darien, that community and 13 more indigenous communities in the Pacific are protecting more than 1,000 hectares of tropical forest. And with this, they are protecting the life of everyone. That forest in Darien and in the Colombian Pacific, to keep that intact, capturing tons of carbon, is a cost-effective solution. The same cost-effective solution that contaminants and users through the certificates of emission reduction can buy in the carbon market. And for Edison Palacios and his community, that means a better life. As a result of the pandemic, we realize the fragility of our humanity, but we also realize the tremendous capacity to act, led by science, to face the crisis and leave it behind. In regards to the climate change, we need to act with the same urgency. We need, through our actions, to stop the crisis and learn collectively from nature. If plants have been able to capture the energy from the sun, why can't we do the same thing? The energy of the sun is unending. We need to look towards the sky and cultivate the sun. We have 1 month to go before the conference on climate change at Glasgow, and summits like this one are very important. It reminds us of the crisis, for sure, but it also gives us hope and examples of how to do the right thing, the awakening of conscience, and to follow a path that is marked by measure and science. It's necessary to face the current climate crisis. We are very pleased to support ideas and solutions that will allow us to move along this path. And I would like to wish a lot of success to all the participants and the organizers. Thank you so much for your time. Well, we have had many directors from USA, but I don't think that anybody enjoys rice with coconut as much as Larry. We will really enjoy his presence here. I believe that Larry has this in his DNA, these two factors of crisis, and we have it, but crisis with hope. That's the idea. That's the whole idea. AITA has been fundamental for us to be here, and the role has been very important. I'm very pleased to invite you now to listen to Dirk Forrester, CEO of AITA, regarding regulated and voluntary carbon markets worldwide. Thank you so much, Dirk, for being with us.
Pregunto a nuestros compañeros, ¿tenemos?
I would like to ask our colleagues, do we have Dirk? Well, I would like to propose to you, for some technical reason, there's some kind of issue, but we would like to welcome then Ana Milena Plata, the president of the board of directors of Asocarbono. Maybe we can change the agenda, and maybe you could go ahead with your presentation until we can have Dirk Forrester. So thank you, Ana Milena. Thank you to Asocarbono. Thanks to you, and the floor is yours. Good morning. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the second event of Asocarbono. Thanks to the cooperation of USA, of AITA, of the Ministry of the Environment. Today we are going to talk about how the private carbon market strengthens the fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals and how we prepare for this new climate summit at Glasgow. First of all, I would like to mention the economic instruments that put a price to carbon. This map shows what are the countries that have one or two of economic instruments of carbon, that is a carbon tax or emission trading system. This is from the World Bank, and it shows that Colombia, Mexico, and Chile are the only three countries in Latin America that have this instrument, with these two instruments, that have a carbon tax, but then also, or that are implementing in some way, systems of emissions trading. That means that Colombia can be compared with European countries like Switzerland, Sweden, or Spain. Carbon tax was launched in 2016 in Colombia through the tax reform, as an environmental tax, and they have a dual purpose. They are not just there to generate some funds, but then also to promote some activities that have a contaminating, a polluting effect in the world. So those are a dual purpose taxes. In Colombia, aside from the carbon tax, we have the non-causation mechanism. As you know, this is a mechanism that was created so that taxpayers have the option to compensate their emissions through the purchasing of certificates of emission reductions in mitigation projects. This has really promoted these nature-based solutions in community areas. And it has also made it possible or profitable many of those initiatives in non-conventional energy sources.
This is a graph from the World Bank that also shows the price of carbon around the world. We see countries, for example, Switzerland or Sweden, where carbon is worth more than $100 a ton. In Colombia, we started at $5. And so, of course, we cannot include such high prices in our economic conditions, but in accordance with the same report, the World Bank estimates that for us to be able to meet our goal of not increasing our global temperature by 2 degrees, we should have a price of somewhere between $40 to $80 per ton. The same report and other reports based on international research looking at nature-based solutions suggest these as an attractive solution to comply with or fulfill this offset demand that we have around the world. Nature-based solutions, let me please play this video for you. Nature-based solutions are all of those strategies that are profitable but use nature in an appropriate fashion and also contribute to mitigating climate change. Nature-based solutions would stimulate supply and demand looking at a policy level. And to do so, we would need to include all different economic sectors. So not only companies that offset their carbon emissions, but also differentiated communities, also the academic sector, governments, companies, consumers. So this should be an integrated and comprehensive policy. Nature-based solutions can be seen from our perspective as something that should be private. I mention this because in economics there is a term which was coined by Nordstrom, who won the Nobel Prize, talking about the tragedy of the common. When public assets are exploited because nobody is responsible for them. And so this is what happens in Colombia. If you look at these red dots on the map, you can see where we have deforestation occurring in the country. Curiously, these red dots are located in territories where we have very low or even completely null land titling. Why? Because nobody is responsible. And so when no one is responsible for these assets, anybody who caused any kind of environmental damage will not be prosecuted. There's no punishment. Perhaps you can't see this clearly on the map, but the red squares is where we have our ethnically differentiated territories. In Colombia, we have an enormous advantage, which is that our ethnically differentiated territories won the battle 20 years ago when the government at that time offered them or created for them this land titling through a resolution, which is to say that they have a right to protect their assets. There's a resolution that says you have 100,000 hectares, you have 200,000 hectares. This is an indigenous reserve. In addition to this, IGAD has also defined the exact borders of these lands that are titled. So in Colombia, these ethnically differentiated communities have an enormous advantage because they have land titling, land tenure, and there is a very good opportunity to work with nature-based solutions in these areas. What happens when nature-based solutions are also offered, or let's say developed, by the private sector? We have greater efficiency. There are many developers here in Colombia, in Azocarbonos. We have many project developers who could go and work with these landholders and go in and offer to work with them on nature-based solutions and also extract some dividends from these exercises. And, of course, with better information, they can make a better decision. So we have to create this skill or competency. This is good because it leads to better efficiency and lower transactional costs. Nature-based solutions are an attractive solution. Nonetheless, we cannot depend on these as the only option. Nature-based solutions and carbon offsets or emission offsets are only part of the path, the transitional path for companies to directly adapt their emissions. So green hydrogen is a bet that the Colombian government is making to decarbonize our economy, and this is part of looking at fuel for the future. One of the sectors with the highest emissions is the transport sector. Land transport, marine transport, or sea transport, and air transport. And so the idea is to come up with an alternative. And the government is looking at how to incentivize the use of this fuel so that we can decarbonize the Colombian economy. These are two examples of how you can reach lower emissions, lower carbon emissions, and this is the wager, this is the bet that we are making. That's what brings us together as a guild in Azocarbono. For those of you who do not know us, the group was formed around 2018. I remember that we worked with the Ministry of Environment, and the minister at the time came together with our project developers and said, hey, look, why don't you get together? Why don't you get together as an organizational group in the sector? And so the incentive was given. There were only 5 of us. We had Fabio Arjona, Mauricio Rodriguez, Fabio Arjona from International Conservation, Mauricio Rodriguez from CO2 Zero, Paulo Hernandez from Forestry Consulting, Juan Andrés Lopez. I think I may be forgetting somebody. And I came from Biofix Consultoria. At that time, we were just 5 members. Now, after 3 years and 2 years in pandemic, we now have 54 members of Azocarbono. We have grown by 1,000%. That's great, 1,000%. Thank you. So that shows that we have enormous interest, growing interest, in decarbonizing the Colombian economy. When we started out, we were only project developers, but now we have, in fact, companies that trade in fossil fuels, for example, Chevron, Ecopetrol. We also have certification programs such as Ser Carbono, Bera, Proclima. We also have verifying agencies. We have also ethnically differentiated communities. We also have Consejo de Delfines, for example. So I would say that we are in a really excellent moment when it comes to accessing the market. Our mission is to strengthen, consolidate a carbon sustainable market and also lobby for the right kinds of public policy, but also incentivize emissions trading. I won't talk more about Azocarbono because if I keep on going, I won't finish my presentation. But here you can see the companies that are members. There are 54 member companies, as I mentioned. In several sectors, we are not only project managers, and I would now like to talk a little bit about the figures. What do we have here? Here we have a graph that shows how we started and how we're going. In 2017, we had 7.7 million offset tons through the no causation mechanism, and 30 million paid to the DIAN, our tax authority, through the tax. At that time, there was an unsatisfied demand of 84.8% of these emissions were being paid but not being offset. Now what's happening 2021? This is a projection, of course, because our information is only to July, but at Asocarbono, our projection is as follows. We have 23 million tons offset this year and 20 million paid for. So we are seeing that this is inverting. Our users or taxpayers are more familiar with the mechanism. We have a greater supply of emission reduction certificates, and we are seeing more offsets than are being paid for by the state. Okay, here for our foreign guests, you can see the evolution of a carbon tax. In 2017, it started at $5 per ton, but we've had quite a lot of variations in our exchange rate, and it's now at 4.6. But the carbon tax increases by the consumer price index +1, which is to say that the tax is higher every year. So now it's $4.60. However, the price for the certificates to certify these offsets is lower. In 2019, the price was $4. Nonetheless, in 2020, that price did not increase, and that is due to the fact, well, due to the pandemic. Basically, the pandemic created a restriction when it came to our mobility, and so that meant that fuel consumption was lower. But the carbon tax is directly linked to fossil fuel consumption. So if we have less of a demand for fossil fuels, that means that the price will also lower. That's why in 2020 we see a lower price. 2021 we can see a recovery, or a partial recovery. Now, the supply of these carbon credits in 2019, 14.9 million tons, and for 2021, we are projecting 23.1 million tons if we continue as we did until July. Demand around the world, according to Ecosystem Marketplace, in 2019 was at the supply, 104.3 million tons. So that is the number of certificates that were paid for in the voluntary market, 104.3 million tons of CO2. And just as our Vice Minister Galarza said, in 2021, this figure has almost tripled. And this information is from Ecosystem Marketplace, which is only up to July. So these are the millions of tons that have been paid for in favor of or as part of the non-causation mechanism, which is to say the international voluntary market. This is our point of reference, or our benchmark. If we continue with business as usual, by 2030 we would be emitting 169.4 million tons. However, the goal is to reduce by 51%. I apologize. So we must reach a goal of 169.44 million tons. So we have to reduce 176.3 million tons of emissions. Okay, so that's the market potential we have here at the bottom of the screen. So we have to look at the potential to generate nature-based solutions, but also to come up with direct solutions for companies when it comes to the use of non-conventional energy sources. Just to give you some additional information here, 10 billion tons of CO2 is the total that we have to reduce by 2030, according to the United Nations, if we want to reach our goal of a 2-degree increase. 176.3 million of tons of CO2 is what Colombia must reduce its emissions by, and in offsets, we have 23.18 million tons of CO2 here in Colombia today in 2021. I thought it was important to share this map with you because in Colombia, we are reducing the highest emissions reductions in Colombia. No, these 23.18 million tons are not being reduced in any other country. Let's look at Brazil. They have 60% of the Amazon. So we have 60,000 hectares of Amazonian forest, And in Brazil, they have enormous potential given all of the land they have. It's fantastic to see our Brazilian guests here so that you can tell us about your strategy when it comes to nature-based solutions that will help the world to reach these reductions that we so desperately need to reach our goal. To end, I would like to give some recommendations. The first is that we must have environmental integrity. We've talked a lot about environmental integrity. What is this? Essentially, this means ensuring that the reductions for which we have transactions in the market are real and that we don't have any double accounting occurring. It's important to understand what this means. We have to understand the monitoring systems that we have here in Colombia, our accounting systems. How do we ensure environmental integrity? We have to bring together all of our accounting systems, because if Colombia's accounting system is different to Belgium's accounting system, and that's different to Belize's accounting system, how are we going to be able to identify whether or not there's double accounting occurring? So, for obvious reasons, different countries have certain limitations when it comes to their forest inventories or in their resolutions in their accounting system. So in one way or another, we need to start to unify these criteria so that we can determine if we are actually experiencing cases of double accounting. Secondly, we have to incentivize the banking sector to support these nascent initiatives. Recently, I think in the last half of the year, we've seen a lot of funds that are offering their support for small nature-based solutions, which makes me very happy, but I think there's still a long way to go because demand is growing in a disproportionate manner, and so supply should also grow at this same rate, but that's not occurring. So how can we ensure that these grow at the same rate? I know my time is up, I apologize. We need to incentivize the banking sector because they are familiar with these kinds of strategies and they must support them. Greenwashing. What does greenwashing mean? Greenwashing. This is a term that's being used a lot in media, in the academic sector, and also in NGOs to talk about oil and gas companies. Recently, we've seen articles against Total, against Shell, against Primac, against other oil and gas companies. The criticism is that the actions they are taking are not environmentally correct. In other words, they have a mission which is, I think, very genuine, which is to eliminate fossil fuels and oil. But it's a bit innocent. Of course, we can't say to Ecopetrol from one day to the next, stop producing oil. No. Ecopetrol provides 70% of Colombia's GDP, so we would have a loss of 70% of public spending. That's not actually possible. We need to have a transitional process so that these companies can adapt and generate carbon costs that continue to gradually, progressively increase so that these non-conventional energy sources can have an internal return rate that is attractive and competitive against conventional energy sources. Finally, Colombia has shown that it does have the political will to continue down the path of finding efficient market instruments to reduce emissions and look forward to climate financing, and we can see that there's a real commitment to do this through nature-based solutions. So these are some of the topics that we will be discussing today and over the coming 2 days for the full 3 days of this summit. We have brilliant panelists joining us. As I mentioned, as president of ASO Carbono, my message to you is that we are a group that started out with only 5 members, has grown by 1,000% in 3 years, 2 of those in the pandemic. We are a very strong sectoral group, and through this collective work, we will get results and show leadership in Colombia. This is the leadership that we need to face these challenges that lie ahead of us and also comply with or meet these goals that have been set for Colombia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ana Milena, and congratulations for this spectacular work you've done. Raso Carbono, congratulations too to Francisco, to the whole team. When we see each other again next year in the second Climate Summit for Latin America and Caribbean, we'll see how many slides you'll need to actually show all of the members of Aso Carbono. I have good news, and we've managed to resolve the technical issue that we were having, so we will now be able to hear from Dirk Forrester, President and CEO of IETA. And he is here with us. Dirk.
Thank you very much for being with us. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Juan, for the kind introduction. I wish I could be with you in person, but with COP26 approaching in Glasgow, I'm unable to travel there personally. But I wanted to bring you warm wishes from the International Emissions Trading Association. We're an organization of businesses that are committed to climate action. We're committed to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, and we believe that carbon markets are the most efficient way economically to meet those goals. In fact, this morning I've been attending an economic modeling forum on the use of market mechanisms, and it shows that to attain the goals of the Paris Agreement, we really need solutions on carbon trading that allow countries like Colombia that have lots of mitigation potential in its natural climate solutions to team up with other countries that have higher costs emission and abatement opportunities. And it's only by working together that the global community can actually achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Article 6 is the part of the Paris Agreement that describes how countries can cooperate and how they account for the improvements that they make together. And I guess those of us that work in carbon markets know that markets operate at their core on the basis of business cooperation, on the basis of working together with business partners to achieve things that you can't accomplish on your own. The stakes are really high this year because many countries are looking at how far they can go in pledging greater and greater levels of climate ambition. When you pledge climate ambition as a country, you're typically talking about what year you can achieve a large reduction by, and eventually what year you can hope to be at net zero emissions. This term of net zero has really taken the world by storm in the past 2 or 3 years. It doesn't actually appear in the Paris Agreement as a phrase, net zero. Instead, it's talked about as reaching a point in time when the emissions that we have remaining coming out of our energy system are balanced with removals. And those removals could come from nature-based solutions, or they could come from technological solutions. But this idea of reaching that steady state where all of the remaining emissions are compensated by removals of one kind or another is really important for how we're going to keep the global environment in the best shape possible. This idea is in the Paris Agreement, but really it's been coming out in the lead up to Glasgow because countries are setting up their own goals for when they can achieve net zero. We've noticed that as they've been coming forward with these enhanced pledges, many of them reference the intention to use markets or the potential interest in using markets and cooperation as a way of achieving their aspirations. The costs of getting to this level of climate protection are extremely expensive if each country goes it alone. The economic modeling that we've seen shows that it costs roughly double the amount to achieve it individually than it would working together. The reason for this is that each country and each region has different cost curves, different levels of abatement that are available at different prices. Some things are quite cheap in one country that might be expensive in another. This can relate to the age of the capital stock that you might be trying to address, or it might deal with the amount of land availability for improved agriculture or for improved forestry practices. Each country has sort of got a different set of challenges and opportunities. Some of them have really tremendous potential along their coastlines in blue carbon. Others have opportunity for carbon capture and storage because they've got the appropriate kinds of geologic reservoirs that could store carbon safely and securely. But each country has this sort of different set of issues and opportunities, but Article 6 gives them the flexibility for working together. As we approach Article 6, there's a handful of issues that seem to be stopping negotiators. They've stalled the negotiations for about 3 years running. Obviously, we lost last year's negotiations due to the worldwide pandemic. But this year, we're hoping that the early engagement from the COP president in the United Kingdom and with a number of high-level ministers from different countries, including Colombia, may have been working behind the scenes in a way that can pave the groundwork for getting a good result in Glasgow. Some of the critical issues they're working with are how to transition from the old CDM system that many in this room are familiar with to the new world of Article 6 and the new mechanism contained in Article 6 that will be a new and improved type of accrediting arrangement compared to the CDM. That's one issue, is how you transition from the old to the new. Can you bring forward methodologies? Will you bring forward old units, or will you only allow new units to be used in the Paris era? Will you use any of the governance infrastructure or the registry systems or others of the sort of really tangible market elements that are contained in the CDM? Will you use the existing baselines, or will you use new and improved baselines? There are a number of issues related to that package of how you transition the CDM that will be important for negotiators to resolve. A second important issue they're dealing with is the world of corresponding adjustments and how corresponding adjustments should be applied. In the business community, we're familiar with accounting treatment of something coming into our books or going out of our books. And this is really the UN equivalent of that on an emissions basis. At what point in time, if a country generates an emission reduction and exports it, it must account for that in its accounts. But when and how that is done is a big question. And notably, whether it will be required of units that are produced through the new mechanism, or and at what point in time would those corresponding adjustments be made. I know this sounds really technical, but our hope is that negotiators can make it really simple and straightforward for market participants, because we know that once the rules are set, the markets can take off and they can adjust to whatever the environmental integrity rules are that are established. The third issue area is really around adaptation funding and how we can assure that as we move forward in carbon markets, that there are benefits on the adaptation side as well. Most of the adaptation money is likely to come through commitments from countries to make budgetary commitments to the Green Climate Fund for adaptation. But there's also a negotiating item within Article 6 about whether transactions should have a share of the proceeds from the transaction that go into adaptation benefits. This is a practice that was used on the CDM, so many of you market participants would be familiar with the share of the proceeds for adaptation in the CDM. Going forward, that will be the case for the new 6.4 mechanism. But there's a question on whether other types of trade that might be in allowance trading systems between countries, whether they will have that obligation as well. It's not included in the Paris Agreement per se, but it's something that negotiators have raised in the aftermath. Those are three big issues, and there are many other smaller issues at play, but I think for people in this room, what's important to know is that the direction of travel is clear. That direction is toward greater levels of climate ambition and greater use of markets. It means that the things you're working on now are actually a growth market. It's not something that's going to be just a bubble that happens for a little while and goes away. In fact, to get to net zero levels by mid-century Every country in the world is going to need to up its game. It's going to need to get more engaged. And the potential for working with partners across borders and enabling partnerships from businesses to thrive is vital to the success of the Paris Agreement. Again, in the work that we've done with expert economists at the University of Maryland here in the United States, we've learned that net zero isn't possible without carbon markets working really effectively. The reason for that is that you can't get all of the reductions balanced with the remaining emissions without a trading system of some kind. This is a huge opportunity for businesses because businesses know how to make markets work. So again, I think the work that you're doing here in the Latin America and Caribbean Climate Summit is incredibly important for laying the groundwork for businesses in the LATAM region to do their fair share and hopefully to be a real engine of growth for the global carbon market. Many of the innovations that we have seen in carbon markets over the past 2 decades have their roots in Latin America. Many of the nature-based solutions that are not used widely around the world have been pioneered in Latin America and the Caribbean. There are also many opportunities for improving energy use that can reduce emissions, that, again, there's a ripe opportunity for those kinds of investments across the region. I know these are things that you're going to get to explore in more detail in the coming hours, and I don't want to take more time today except to offer you a word of inspiration that we need you. We need you to make the systems in Colombia and in the region work as effectively as possible. It's a real privilege and honor for AITA to be part of this forum. I hope you have an opportunity to connect with my colleague Carlos Cordoba, who's on the ground there. And again, I wish I could be with you this year, but maybe next year we can get together and celebrate a success in Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dirk. Thank you. It's a privilege and an honor for us to share with you and all your colleagues at AITA. And now we have with us virtually as well Adriana Lobo, CEO of the WIR. We're going to confirm that we have the communication. Adriana connects with us from Mexico, and she's going to tell us, and we can see already Adriana. She's going to talk about the risks and opportunities of climate action. Adriana, can you hear us? Perfectly. Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be with you. No, it's our pleasure. We are seeing you and hearing you perfectly. So the floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be with you at such an important seminar at a time where humankind need to accelerate a tremendous transformation. I would like to introduce, we are from the World Resources Institute. We work on sustainability. We have been working on that for over 30 years. And we have to say that I'm not just the Mexico director, but then also of the office in Colombia that we just opened. We have collaborated a lot with Vice Minister Nicolás Galarza, and we hope to do a lot more in Colombia. We'd like to talk about the opportunities, mainly the socio-economical opportunities of climate action, and to look for a focus on Latin America, where we see a big challenge of growing green and in a much more equitable way. I believe that nobody can ignore that there is a climate emergency, and aside from what science says, we can see clearly that the wildfires in Greece, 80% of the territory has been affected. The wildfires that we can see in California, more and more floods in Germany. So from seeing white bears in a distant place suffering. Now we are in a different phase, and sad to say, we are seeing very serious effects on daily life for all of us. And I would like to highlight as well the not so visible impact that we are having in the oceans around the world as far as acidification and loss of life, which also has a great impact on all of us. And a new report from the IPCC removes all doubt that human activity has a great influence on global warming and that we have very little time. We can reach the 1.5 degrees if we have an ambitious action plan. With that, we could achieve the 1.5 degree goal. Less than that is impossible to reach that. And this way we could avoid the 2, 3, and 4 degrees. But in the current scenarios, something happened here. I don't know if that was open. Can you turn off your mic and then turn it on again, Adriana? Ready? I think the problem was here. Okay, now we're doing fine. Thank you. There is a lot of echo. Well, can you hear me fine? I listen a lot of echo. Can I continue? Our production colleagues are asking me if you can turn off your mic again and then open just one. I only have one. Okay, now the sound is clear. Please go ahead. Okay, thank you very much. Well, so we can still reach this goal of 1.5 degrees. Yes, it's possible, but we need to do a lot of work. The path that we are on today can lead us to inadequate scenarios of over 4 degrees by 2075 with very dramatic consequences. So if we compare the impact, I believe that this is very important. Temperature would reach in the high emission scenario. The more likely scenario is 4.4, which is 3 times worse than the low emission scenario of 1.4 degrees, with changes in the planet that is 3.5 times worse, or rise in sea level 2 times worse, and then also with an Arctic surface, an 8 times bigger Arctic surface that will be affected. So we can still reach that goal of 1.5 degrees, yes, but we need to have very decisive action. What we have mentioned about the markets is really fundamental. It's very crucial because we need to start reducing those greenhouse gases emissions by the year 2020 and reach net zero emissions by the middle of the century. If we don't do it, the impact on the economy will be very severe. You can look at some of these figures, and you can see that in a scenario of 4 degrees, we will be talking about economical losses of the GDP in a global way that are very important. In the less terrible scenario of 1.5 degrees, is not so much so, but in some scenarios it can reach 23% of GDP. And the pandemic has highlighted this situation and has put it in a much more delicate situation, with many more people in poverty situation, with economic depression and some social issues like school desertion, or for instance the vaccination of other diseases and how it has stopped in many countries. So there is a greater need. Do we need financing for a green recovery? Yes, because otherwise there won't be a green recovery. If we will continue on the same trajectory that we're going on, actually the investments that are happening leading to a recovery of the economy are taking us to a scenario that would be worse than the one that we were having before, sad to say. And this shows that there is a decrease in green investment and an increase in fossil fuels. Because of the urgency of economic recovery, we are seeing that many of the new investments are not going in the right direction. And to reach these big goals, we should invest much more. That would be the scenario at the bottom that is compatible with the 1.4 degrees of Paris. Increase green investment at least 1.2% and decrease in 0.4 the investment in fossil fuels. As you can see, it's not just a matter of investing less, but to reduce in a noticeable way the investment in fossil fuels. Last year we saw a decrease of 6.7% in emissions, and it was nice to see that in spite of all the paralysis that happened because of the pandemic, we barely reached the reduction in emissions that we needed. But so now we want that same level of CO2 reduction, but without the economic paralysis. And that's why we have a great opportunity to achieve that, but with a very important change in the economic structure. Current investment is totally insufficient for this emergency. We need $4 billion in the next few years, and at least 1.8 billion. But the curve is substantially less. We are talking about 400 or 500 million dollars. That's what we are having today.
When it comes to climate financing, if we look at different countries and the different financial stimuli from G20 to face the COVID-19 crisis, you can first say that this is insufficient, that it's low, but additionally, it has two sides of the coin. On the one hand, we have a positive climate aspect, and on the other hand, we have a very negative aspect. In almost all countries, we have investments that have not been helpful when it comes to reducing emissions. But there are also green financing opportunities in emerging economies. This is also very interesting. In 21 emerging markets, low carbon investments in 10 key sectors. For example, transport. We have land use. We see that the COVID-19 recovery has the potential from 2020 to 2030 to generate $10.2 trillion US, 213 million jobs, and 4 billion tons of reduced CO2 emissions. This is an investment opportunity. This is a very interesting figure. It's the opportunity, $1.3 trillion in investment, and all of these new jobs, as well as the reduced CO2 emissions. If we look at some specific analyses, here we have one that was provided by the Ministry of Development in Indonesia, in which they compare scenarios of business as usual with low carbon development. And we can see that there are growth opportunities for the GDP in Indonesia in this specific case. 6.2% higher if we invest in low carbon initiatives, but additionally we will protect and create jobs with more than 15.3 million jobs. In this case, we also have a similar scenario for Brazil. This is an economy with better infrastructure and more equal distribution, innovative industry, and also an agro sector that is much more sustainable. We could be creating more than 2 million jobs and 535 billion US dollars in terms of GDP gains. Similarly, in Mexico, well, we are still carrying out studies and also studying one for Colombia, but it's a similar landscape. Here we also have a very important context of new opportunities when it comes to this arc of ambition. In coming years that we have to meet these zero net emissions, many countries have already made commitments to reach carbon neutrality or have net zero emissions by 2050. We see that most of the list is there in 2050, and all sectors are involved in this ambitious decarbonization. 59 countries, including half of G20's major economies, have already put forth their commitments for ambitious decarbonization. Colombia is one of these countries, and it's a great example in Latin America, because as a region we weren't doing so well. Colombia has made an impressive pledge. We have commitments that will enable us to advance, but these are not sufficient, and that's why we have the race to zero, the idea being to have many more countries commit in this space, and that this be talked about in CO and COP in Glasgow. More than 1,700 countries are committed to setting science-based targets, and the finance sector is very much focused on decarbonization. So this is an initiative at WRI with WWF as well as with the Global Compact, and we are working amongst many parties to make this happen. But the idea is to work with companies principally to reach net zero emissions. When it comes to incipient regulation, if we look at the UK, we can see that they have beginnings of some legislation that shows that firms must commit to net zero to win major government contracts. These must be compatible with the goal set for 2050. And there have also been some initial conversations to negotiate tariff rates and to move forward with a regulation there. What is needed, therefore, for emerging young countries to access and promote climate financing? We have to look at economic advantages of investment. There are new sectors and very productive sectors in this new long-term economy. We have to create fiscal incentives, and this is where governments have a very important role to play, where they have to orient and support new sources of income and new economic activities, scaling up investments with greater knowledge and capacities in the private and finance sectors to work on climate matters. The point is to include sustainability with new taxonomies and investments, and also promote blended finance and other loan mechanisms. Finally, climate change and development are intrinsically interlinked. Climate change has a disproportionate effect on the poorest, and this is a topic that's very relevant in Latin America and that we must be very careful with. We are already the most unequal economy in the world, and socially speaking, we must grow, but we must grow with much greater equality. Here we have an opportunity to see different and better growth. And while evidence of impacts is alarming, it's also important to see that we also have an enormous opportunity for the right kind of transition to a decarbonized economy. The cost of inaction in every single case are much higher than the costs of mitigation. And I would say that this is especially the case in the Americas. Decarbonization of our economy makes sense independently of climate change because it promotes efficiency and competitiveness. It may also foster innovation, economic growth, job creation, energy safety and food security, as well as give us a way to combat poverty. We see this opportunity. We understand that transitions are hard, change is hard. However, without a doubt, this transition will guarantee humanity a better future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adriana. We are giving a round of applause here for your presentation. Thank you very much for having been with us today. It's about looking for a better future for humanity. And that is indeed the case, as Adriana said. It is my pleasure to close the first block today with this final presentation from Patricio Lombardi. He is the Minister of Climate Change from the province of Misiones in Argentina, President of the Environment, Sustainable Development and Climate Change Commission President at Zicosur, as well as the Ambassador for this summit. This is not in the script, but when Patricio arrived, what he said is what isn't written down in my bio is that I'm also really into rock. So let's invite our rock star minister to the stage. A very good morning to you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so let's start with the formal part of my presentation. Thank you very much, Aso Carbono, USAID, and the Colombian government, as well as IETA. Sometimes these logos have names or representatives. Many of them are here on the panel with me. I'd like to mention Ana Maria Rocha and Alexis, who I believe were the first ones to have the idea of making me the ambassador for this summit. So, as Juan Lozano just said, I will actually go off script because I don't have a script to begin with. And the first thing that comes to mind is, why am I here wearing a suit and tie? And after Juan's introduction, who called me a rock star, well, why would a rock star be dressed like this? So, I promise that I will wear a guayabera, a traditional Colombian shirt, on the last day of the summit. Why am I a rock star minister? 15 years ago, you all know Soda Stereo, right? Okay. 15 years ago, with Charlie, who was the drummer in Soda Stereo, that's when the group stopped playing together. We were living at that time in the United States. And this whole environmental issue was something we'd been working on for some time. And we decided 15 years ago to found R21, or Revolución 21. We toured all of Latin America, we went to several COPs, and we talked a little bit about our experiences. Of course, Charlie spoke about his. We spoke about what we saw when it came to the environment and climate change. We were talking about this 15 years ago. My specialization has always been the relationship between Latin America and the United States and Latin America, And that's why I had the honor of being Vice Minister of Latin America for the Department of State in Florida in 1999, in the year 2000. But with Charlie, I put together R21, R21, and Charlie then moved back to Buenos Aires. I moved to Misiones, which is a province. Hi, everybody from Misiones province. I know some of you are watching us today. And I started to work on my specialty, international affairs. And, of course, working as like a foreign minister for international affairs for the province of Misiones. And so now in my story that I'm telling, we're up to February 2020, and I was told that I had received an invitation to go to Santa Marta and see Pope Francisco. Could I go? I said, of course. We went to Santa Marta. We met the Pope, the governor, and myself, the three of us. And the governor took out a piece of paper and he said, Your Holiness, I here have a bill, a legal bill for the Misiones province, and said I want to create a Department of Climate Change. And I have to be completely honest, I never thought I would be the minister of that department. So we went back. Well, wait a second. My passion at that time was, of course, R21, because I'm the co-founder of that organization and the VP. And so I showed His Holiness the maps that you can see of Misiones on Google Maps. And I told him a story about Misiones. And I said to him that we were extremely concerned about the Amazon region, and that, in fact, the Atlantic forest is right next to the Amazon. They're like brother forests, so to speak. The Atlantico forest has a world record when it comes to the number of unique tree species found on 1 hectare. Starting from San Salvador de Bahia and all the way down to the south in Misiones, this is an enormous forest. We know it as Mata Atlántica. We know it as the Atlantic tree. We had 82% of this forest, Uruguay, some 15%, and Argentina 5%. Now, Argentina, Misiones, has the last remnant of the last continuous stretch of this forest. The rest of it has been paved. So we can talk about this together as brothers. In October, wait, let me tell you one more thing. Today I celebrate my 1-year anniversary as Minister of Climate Change. On the 6th of October, I received a handwritten letter from the Pope. It arrived to the governor, and there was a paragraph that said, could he please extend the initiatives suggested by Minister Lombardi to other areas? So could climate change be scaled up as much as possible? This was the suggestion of Pope. As far as I understand, I am the only Minister of Climate Change at either the subnational or national level in all of Latin America. And that's where it all started. That's where I started out as the Minister of Climate Change. There was everybody accepted me very easily, especially after this letter from His Holiness. I also received an invitation to be interviewed by the Lancet magazine for the Argentine edition, and I saw a series of gestures that made me realize the importance that I hold in this position, or that this position holds. I think, let's talk about specialists and experts. I would like to express my gratitude to Colombia, to the Vice Minister, Nicolás Galarza. Thank you, Nicolás. We already knew each other prior to this event. We had only met virtually, now we're meeting in 3D. I feel like I'm at home here. I have great affection for Colombia. and I see a lot of Misiones in Colombia and vice versa. Why? Misiones occupies 2% of Argentine land territory. Actually less, 1.6%. 2% conserves 52% of all of the country's biodiversity. If you look in Mendoza, or if you look in other areas of Argentina, we don't have biodiversity. 52% of our municipality is forest. And when I entered the government of Misiones 18 years back, there were 40 jaguars left in that last remnant of continuous forest in the Atlantic forest. According to international foundations such as WWF in Misiones, we have the free circulation of 120 jaguars, and that is state policy. So that's an example that things can be done. I really believe that Colombia knows how to care for biodiversity, and biodiversity is very important. We have traditional medicines against cancer, and modern medicines have their origins in forest. And we also have CO2 capture. And there are an enormous number of ecosystem services that we must take into account, for example, cancer drugs, for example, fauna, for example, flora. And these are also the homes to our ethnic peoples who have ancestral knowledge with which they can guide us in terms of the knowledge around diet, medicines, etc. We're very small, Colombia and Misiones, but I think that we are working on the same things. I was telling Nicolas, I see Colombia as a leader when it comes to environmental matters and climate action. I see Colombia as a leader in Latin America, and I would like to applaud that. We speak a lot about commitments when it comes to emissions reduction, but it would be good to talk about other commitments, which mean giving money to those who capture CO2. Wow, what a commitment, no? There's an enormous debt here, because really we are like creditors when it comes to climate change. You are professional mitigators here in Colombia, also our friends from Africa and the rest of Latin America. We are creditors. And so we sit down as the table, not as co-debtors, but as creditors. It's very important to be clear as to this concept. We are environmental creditors.
I agree with Larry Sachs. He said that 30 years ago, carbon was a threat. Carbon is life. Pay attention to that. Let's not lose the focus. We are carbon, fundamental carbon. So this is one of the messages that I wanted to share today. You can plant trees, but you cannot plant jungles. I didn't say that. It was great that I said that. But it's important. I wanted to quote it, and that shows the importance of preserving a jungle and to receive money in exchange. I believe that in this mirror that I see with Colombia, there is also a similarity in regards to why, both in Misiones and in many of the countries, or in Africa or in Colombia, why are there still, and thankfully, this jungle that we have? Because I believe that we all have in our genes, in Latin America and in Africa, we have in our genes, in our DNA, the idea of care. But conservation without money is just a conversation. So, very happy, very thankful, because today, this will be the last day that you see me with a tie, and because I understand the commitments for the year 2030, for 2050, but we also need to focus on the commitments that are on the other side. The money that has been committed needs to be delivered, disbursed. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the invitation, Alexis. Thank you, dear Nicholas and the whole panel that is here and all of you. I believe that this is very, very important what we're doing here. You are making history, and what better place to make this history than my dear Colombia. Thank you. Thank you so much, Patricio Lombardi. I believe that all the audience feels that there is a general authorization for you to remove your tie right away. You can do that immediately. We really want to thank our panelists, our luxury panelists, at this opening event. Thank you so much, Larry, Ana Milena, Ministry, Dirk, Adriana, Patricio. Oh, we're going to have the coffee break that was planned, a few minutes, maybe half an hour. You can visit the stands that we have in our trade fair. We want to thank the ones that are participating with their stands, and we can reconvene again here for our next panel. Enjoy your morning.
dos, uno, dos.
Can you hear something, Stefano? I can't.
No, I cannot either.
Should we send a message?
Yeah, I can do this in a second. Still nothing. Can you, Thomas, can you hear us? Can you nod if you can hear us? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can hear
cannot,
you.
Yeah.
But we can hear you.
Like we can hear each other quite well, like Juan Pedro and I, but we cannot hear you. I think you're muted somewhere in your system.
No me escuchan a mí. 1, 2,
Yeah,
3.
because
1, 2,
I
3.
see.
1, 2, 3. ¿Ya me escuchan?
Ahí te
Works now.
escuchamos y,
Ok.
y sabemos que sabes contar hasta 3 por lo menos.
Gracias, gracias. Entonces ya tengo todos los slides en orden. He recibido los slides de Stefano. los he incluido en una sola presentación de dispositivos que yo voy a manejar. Tú no te tienes que preocupar, Estefano. Yo hago el clic cuando tú me indicas próximo diapositiva, por favor, y así vamos. Entonces, yo he revisado la presentación, está muy completa. Creo que vamos muy bien. Muy importante en tu presentación el slide sobre los beneficios que pusiste, Estefano. Esto es como el centerpiece de todo, para que vayan corriendo a unirse a ICAP y empezar a crear mercados domésticos, regionales y globales con Emissions Trading Systems. ¿Alguna pregunta, Estefano o Juan Pedro?
No, it will make sense to me. And yeah, hoping that we'll have some time for Q&A after we all go through the panel interventions.
You're not supposed to turn off your cameras at any time. Leave your cameras on all the time.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. Los invitamos.
We'd like to invite you to take your seat. In a couple more minutes, we'll start the second block, the second segment for this morning.
Bueno, me da mucho gusto.
Well, it's a real pleasure to return to our program. I hope that you enjoy the stands. It's always very nice to meet with friends after all this time of lockdown in this environmental community that sometimes looks like a loggia or a soccer team, but is always a wonderful community of common interest. We would like to welcome different officials from different organizations that have devoted their whole life to the environmental cause. It's very nice. I'm very pleased to see them here. Juan Espinal, an honorable congressman here who has always been working in on environmental topics, and to greet them all. In the second segment for this morning, we're going to have two parts. The first one, it's a talk by Don Francisco Ocampo, the executive director of Asocarbono, one of the old guard on this topic in our country. When most of the people started hearing about these issues, you asked Francisco, and he has already been working on this for 20 years or more. So the first component this morning is the presentation by Francisco Campo, and the second part will be a panel led by our friend Thomas Black. So first, let's have the presentation by Francisco. The floor is yours, Francisco. Thank you so much, Juan. Here, the real representative of the old guard is Thomas Black. First of all, please allow me to express my deep-felt emotion for being together here in person to make progress on actions to mitigate and face climate change in Colombia and around the world. I want to thank all of you for the trust that you have put in the organizers and for your support by being here. I want to immensely thank the organizations that have helped us to organize this event, USAID, that has supported Azocarbono since the beginning, the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development. And I would like to express my deeply felt thankfulness to a person without that if we didn't have their support, it would have been very hard, and that's Ana Maria Rocha. I want to express my thankfulness for her work and to recognize the big effort that she has made. So, Ana Milena already mentioned some of these things. The Colombian Association of Carbon Market Actors was founded in 2018 in order to have a unified voice in the different sectors that are part of this market in order to strengthen it and consolidate it. So, starting with its influence in public policy and its work in the training of the actors, is something new, this carbon market, even though it has been going on for 4 years or a little bit more. But it's something new. It's something new that is coming in a real way and promoting the economy of the country in order to achieve sustainable development goals and improve the livelihood of communities and in general of the whole country. There are 54 associated organizations and growing. I hope that after this summit there will be about 20 more. Well, the content of this presentation is to give some quick figures regarding the state of the Colombian market and to talk about its perspectives and to show in a general way the impact of the carbon projects in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in Colombia. I'm going to repeat some things that I believe that are important. The national carbon tax was created with the law 1819 of 2016 with the purpose of discouraging the use of fossil fuels and promote technological advancements for a more efficient use of those fuels. Liquid fuels were taxed, natural gas, liquefied petrol gas, gasoline, kerosene, jet fuel, diesel, and fuel oil. The value of the tax by ton of CO2 is 17,000 pesos by ton, which is about $4, $4.67. Well, the value of the dollar changes a lot, but it's about $5 since its creation. The value of the tax, not of the transactions and certificates that are used to apply them to the mechanism of no causation that was instituted through Decree 926 of 2017 in order to promote initiatives of mitigation that will generate reductions in greenhouse gases emissions. And in the Colombian carbon market was generated by creating this mechanism that promoted the development of new initiatives. As far as the investment of the carbon tax, we have two pathways. On the one hand, the collection of the tax through the law 1819, and this year through the tax reform of 2021 is devoted for 1 year, 100% of the collected funds will be devoted to the protection, preservation, and restoration through payment in exchange of results. for environmental services. During these 4 years, we have 1.7 billion pesos have been collected, which represent about $460 million. And these represent 107.3 million tons. This is what we have paid through carbon tax for the use of tax liquid fuels, and the other side is through the resources of non-causation as a result of Decree 926 of 2017. Those resources recognize verified emission reductions, real reductions of greenhouse gases, and all those resources are given directly to the investors, to the communities that are associated to these projects, and they are reinvested in sustainable projects and new initiatives. In the non-causation, there have been 62.2 million tons. If we assume average value of 12,000 pesos per ton, it could be more, could be less. We don't have a figure to be able to say, well, that was the average cost of the certificates. But we could talk about transactions that maybe reach 0.7 billion pesos or about $200 million, which is quite a significant figure. Even though the offer of certificate, the supply of certificates doesn't cover the demand for tax fossil fuels. The average for these 4 years, in the last column, 63% of liquid fuels have paid the carbon tax, and 37% have applied for non-causation. But during 2021, like Ana Milena mentioned, this trend is changing. It has been changing, but now already the application to non-causation is already higher than the payment of the tax. 53% for non-causation and 47% of taxes paid. We are doing some projections to show you the challenge and the perspectives regarding the compliance and to see how carbon tax and the different instruments in the market can have an influence on this compliance. So of the emission inventory for 2014 of 200 million tons in Colombia, we had made a projection to 221 with a real GDP and a projection 2022 to 2030 with a 3% annual growth. The commitment for Colombia was to reduce it by the year 2020 by 20%, and in January 2021, they improved that aspiration to 51% up until 2030. Emissions business as usual, if you do this projection with these two indexes that I show you, by 2030 will be about 348 million tons with a commitment of reducing them to 177.5 million tons. And we have done an assumption of growth of no causation in the tax and tax collection reduction of 2.75% to show the trend that is shown in 2021 that the offer of certificates for non-causation is already greater than the taxes that are paid. So according to that, we have this graph where you can see in blue the business as usual emission, and in the green part the emissions of the NDC. That's a great big challenge that represents a radical transformation of the economy of this country. First of all, in regard to the use of the land, the reduction of deforestation, the restoration of forests, the reforestation, but then also the transformation, the energy transformation, and all the programs and plans that public policy have been designing in the last few years. The Strategy 2050 of emission reduction, the comprehensive plans of sectoral climate change management. The Ministry of Energy has designed their sectorial plans, the Ministry of Agriculture, of Transportation and Industry. The energy transition that we have been discussing more and more, the presentation last week regarding the strategy and the use of hydrogen that Ana Milena also mentioned today, and the program of carbon neutrality, where the government has already announced that over 100 companies have made a commitment in regards to this strategy. All these plans and programs need to work totally to be able to accomplish this tremendous challenge. But this will not be possible if we don't have market instruments, because the participation of the private sector is totally crucial in this matter, not just to reduce the emissions at the source, but to produce and generate activities, mitigation activities that allow the additional offsets. So, international cooperation is very important so that the country can make progress, but we need a greater basis for the carbon tax. We need to increase the number of products that are taxed so that the non-causation of the tax will have a greater space, and there will be a promotion for greater mitigation processes. The national program for quotas of trading emissions is fundamental. $5 is a good price to start, but it's not a good price to continue making progress. We need a greater price, and that is generated by the market, and the market is based on the national program for emission trading quotas. So we're already starting to work based on that. Very well. Now it looks like starting 2020, since 2020, we had a tremendous increase in our ambition, as we already mentioned that. Carbon tax covers 24% of the ambition. We have a whole that represents 76%, and we need to cover it with all these plans, programs, instruments, and activities that we have mentioned. And the curves that show the upward trend of non-causation over the payment of the tax. But the tax by itself is totally insufficient. We need the other activities, actions, programs, and projects, and complementing that through market instruments in order to build a social price for carbon that is as close as possible to the abatement cost for the ton of CO2 in Colombia. It's something that we need to start working on, because we need to go in that direction. If there is no carbon price, there is no motivation to reduce emissions. It would just be just talk and nothing else. Finally, I want to quickly show you, according to the projects that are registered or that are part of the associates of Vaso Carbono. Right now, we have 154 carbon mitigation projects that offer carbon certificates in the market. Not all of these 154 projects are shown here, Basically, in Colombia, in reduction of deforestation, there is reforestation, and then the third sector is energy. In the Red Plus sector, the projects that are associated to this work or they handle about 9.4 million areas that have avoided deforestation in these years in about 238,000 hectares, and they are planned to reduce deforestation in over 1 million hectares, generating certificates for emission reduction of 324 million. The area of the projects, the Red Plus, represents 18% of forest in Colombia. The main problem of Colombia as far as emission is deforestation. We are only covering 18% of the forest in this country. That is about 200,000 hectares deforested by year. It can be 238, 237, but that's the figure to reduce to zero deforestation. The effort to reduce deforestation in this country is tremendous and requires billions of pesos or maybe dollars to be able to achieve that. That's a tremendous challenge. We need private investment. We need public investment. We need cooperation resources. Without this collaboration, it will be totally impossible to achieve these goals. These projects have an impact in all the sustainable development goals that are shown here and maybe some others. In reforestation, the projects that are linked to the association have reforested 130,000 hectares, and they will go all the way to 408,000, generating over 13 million certificates. And this area reforested represents 20% of the reforested area in the country. But additionally, this country requires covering tremendous areas in restoration and options of productive reforestation in order to make progress in the economy and in the reduction of emissions. And lastly, as far as energy, we have projects that are producing 3,321 megawatts of installed capacity with different technologies, especially hydroelectric technology. And they have about 42.5 million certificates potentially during the life cycle of the projects. This represents 15% of the energy generated in the country. And here you can see the impact in the Sustainable Development Goals. To end, I would like to say that any carbon project that is well formulated, that is rigorous, that meets the standards will have an impact in the SDGs. Carbono is committed with the development of high-quality carbon projects based on the principles of environmental integrity, transparency, and best practices. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Francisco, for that excellent presentation. We will now move over to the first of our panels. The methodology we will use for the panel is that I will have the pleasure of introducing the moderator, and then the moderator will be in charge of the session. In this case, as Francisco has just said, it is a pleasure to introduce you to one of our real experts or deans in the topic, Thomas Black. You all know him. This is a very, very interesting panel because we will be hearing about regulatory experiences from different countries, looking at the various challenges that we are facing. We have our Vice Minister, Nicolás Galarza from Colombia, Freddy Antonio Chiroy from Guatemala, Juan Pedro Searle from Chile, Ana Miranda, who is Colombian-Canadian, or Canadian but extremely Colombian, well, from these latitudes, and Stefano de Clara. Thomas, please go ahead. The floor is yours. A very good morning to you all. Everybody who is here today, from all of the different countries that are joining us here. The interpreter apologizes, we have momentarily lost audio. Thanks to the great pioneers who are here with us on site at the event. And there are many pioneers joining us who started with the Kyoto protocols in the 90s and have continued to make contributions. We have the Director of Conservation International, we have our Minister, and of course the whole panel here today. The topic that brings us here, as Francisco has just indicated, is that of ambition. New commitments that we have taken on and that the planet must take on to ensure that the temperature does not increase by more than 1.5 degrees. These are the 1.5 degrees deemed necessary to preserve our life on Earth. We are in a moment of climate urgency, and the national community is focused on increasing or scaling up this ambition, as Francisco has said. These new ambitions may mean sectoral broadening, restructuring of price systems, and may also mean some changes in marginal and total mitigation costs if public policies are not well designed for national contexts and taking into account the economic and social reality of each country. This panel seeks to offer our audience a vision, an overall idea of the public policies that leading countries in our region have, that they are preparing, using, and considering, so that they can each meet with their NDC goals by 2030. Each country operates in its own economic production context, its own regulatory framework, and with its own unique sources of emissions. And each country is applying regulatory policies and programs to obtain the necessary emissions in their highest emission sectors, as Francisco mentioned. On this panel, we have a panel of great experts, a world-class panel, as our minister has said, our ex-minister has said, and we are going to be able to evaluate the series of policies and innovations in public policy, as well as the mix of policies that is being developed to increase or raise these ambitions and try to control this increase in marginal and total costs that could have an impact on our well-being and our competitiveness. So we will try to ensure or try to have each panelist describe the series of most important policies and programs that they are developing to respond to this need to raise our ambitions and also the main challenges perceived when it comes to reaching these goals. We will ask each panelist to tell us about the role of market instruments in this public policy mix. The panel will finish with a presentation from ICAP a leader in the development of economic and market instruments to complement the presentations from the 4 countries that we'll present today. We will hear the reasoning as to how national markets, regional carbon markets, and global carbon markets could promote competitiveness at the sectoral, company and economy levels, while governments also apply these increases in ambition. So, the first presentation will be given by our Minister of Environment for today, Nicolás Galarza, who will start off telling us about the policies used here. 3 questions for you, Minister. Could you please respond or talk about the main regulatory mechanisms that you see as most important that must be consolidated? Second question, what are the main challenges that you perceive when it comes to reaching the NDCs defined? And what is the potential to increase market use and price signaling in our regulatory mix? So, now I bring to you our Minister. A very good morning to you all once again. Good afternoon, Francisco, and to all of the government representatives here. I'd like to once again extend a warm welcome to you all. I think that the introductory presentations have really illuminated in a very important way the mechanisms that we have at hand, as well as the participation of the private sector when it comes to meeting our goals. Let me start by pointing out the connection between this point in particular, because from my past life as a researcher at NY University, I worked on urban matters, but the perspective and the premise here are the same. When it comes to working on sustainable growth in cities and working with the founder of the institute where I worked with Professor Paul Bruma, he was specifically interested in the approach we were taking because he was basing everything on a specific premise. This premise was the public sector, which is to say the government, must be an enabling factor for the market to function appropriately. My boss, Shlomo, wrote a very important public policy paper, perhaps one of the most influential, written by the bank during that decade, and the title of the paper was The Enabling Approach. When Francisco stood up here and spoke about challenges, and I think and Ana Milena as well, I think they both specifically talked about this and went into detail here, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to talk about taxes and price setting, etc. But it would be better for me to talk about the future. But when these elements were spoken about, you can see that this logic applies in a very clear fashion. Fulfillment of these climate goals must, of course, be led and directed by the government sector. However, we need decisive, clear, and full participation from the private sector. When I would talk to Professor Rom, he would say that when it came to poverty reduction and meeting the ODSs, will of course not move from private industry to aid. And the same thing is happening here. We're very clear on this point, and that is why we are so pleased to participate in this space, to be here at this climate summit, which enables us to really deep dive into sectoral development, or this emerging sectoral development in the economy. It never fails to surprise me that when it comes to regulatory development, the importance or the enormousness, the enormity of the decisions that need to be taken, because we have to see who actually leads up these initiatives. I have heard all of your voices, and this is something that we've been working on and strengthening at the team level to really ensure that we have clarity, clear goals, mentioned by Francisco also, when it comes to zero deforestation. Very ambitious goals, such as those that have been ratified and announced by the President when it comes to the coalition of high ambitions, which is, in fact, an article in our new climate action law. So this leads me to the regulatory challenges that we have and what awaits us in terms of regulations. We did a very thorough exercise establishing benchmarks to come up with this climate action law, which was passed last week. And we have clearly identified how a best practice is, okay, as part of the Climate Change Convention framework, and because these are already enforced regulations, we see the UK, Germany, and the European Union enforcing these, and also other countries in Latin America, to a lesser degree, doing so. We can see how all these countries are working on climate action laws that increase these NDCs and raise them to the legal level. They enshrine them in legislation. So last week, we established this law. We have the establishment of general mitigation targets, and that's why we have the 51%, carbon neutrality, reduction of deforestation, as well as specific sectoral adaptation measures, and we have some specific mitigation measures. Through this law, without a doubt, we have a specific segment where we signal the necessity to strengthen the carbon market in Colombia. And we talk about how, based on this legislation, we can come up with a coalition of experts. We have some enormous challenges when it comes to regulation and also oversight of an economic sector that we are developing. You know, really, it's those of us who are here today who are responsible for this. And this is a very important historical moment for the country. I think that it's very rare to be in a sector and to really be so focused on the definition and meaning of a word. For example, when we talk about pioneers, that's really, we are pioneers in the true sense of the word, because this is going to be one of the primary economic sectors in the future. So we have a climate action law and a specific title with specific content that will enable us to strengthen RENARE, to create the expert commission that I mentioned, and will also enable us to record our emissions, thinking about the development of tradable credits. You know that we have created this tradable spots system on paper, but this is quite an ambitious and long-term project, and I would like to talk about this in a general fashion. We are still designing the law, and I'm sure that we'll have a lot more detail here, looking at the carbon market. Okay, now let's talk about the voluntary market. So we have the compulsory tradable market, but now let's talk about the voluntary market. In the voluntary market, we have identified, and I shared this with you, I think perhaps the last time that I met with Aso Carbono, and I talked about the regulatory route that we have mapped out. We have 3 or 4 groupings of regulatory instruments that are being designed right now. And This is being done by the team that I mentioned, and this is related to who is actually in charge of these laws. This is very, very important. That has to be clarified. The President has been very clear. He wants us to have a very dynamic carbon market, and we can see the President's intention to have a dynamic carbon market, and we have seen this repeated by the Commission again and again. And this must, of course, have legal standing here. And so we're really looking at who will be subject to this. When it comes to standards, I think we need to advance a great deal. When it comes to best practices, we must also advance. I know that ASO Carbono has been working very intensely on that. And we, of course, are also contributing to this framework of standards, because when it comes to being enabling and ensuring a dynamic environment, we have to come up with a clear framework and some clear rules of the game so that this can be complied with. Grey lines are those that are open to misinterpretation. I hope that the private sector will have its own clear standards and lines here that cannot be crossed. When it comes, to wrap up this topic, we are working on ownership standards, avoiding double accounting, and also looking at participation to ensure integrity and ethnic group communication, participation, etc., because they are fundamental actors or stakeholders in the carbon market through the different figures we have in Colombia that exist. Challenges. I think these challenges are significant. However, in Colombia, we have very developed climate governance when we compare ourselves to regulatory instruments that are being generated elsewhere. Francisco just mentioned this. We have some intersectoral climate change groups for different sectors. So each main sector must develop its own instruments. In our NDCs, we are also including that these plans must be implemented. We have two subnational governmental plans. We have 26 integrated or comprehensive climate change plans for our regional entities, and we are going to fulfill or do this for all departments to ensure compliance. We have a climate change commission, and there are other countries that are only just starting to create these kinds of mechanisms. And what that means is that we can focus on much more robust structuring mechanisms. Thomas mentioned the following, and let me close with this message because I think that this is a fundamental principle of the regulatory development we are carrying out in Colombia. You can get into this game of zero-sum because we're talking about very lofty ambitions, and we have to also think about sectoral competitiveness. And something that we are very clear on here is that this cannot be an imposition, and it cannot be that solution building is done through decrees. And that's why I spoke about the importance of the private sector. And I would like to close by highlighting that importance. For us, compliance or meeting our goals or meeting this 51% goal, which is this ambitious ambition, so to speak, that the President has set for us, this has to be done hand in hand with the private sector. In our NDC, there were 7 companies with 24 measures. That's why 3 months ago we announced a linkage program with the private sector to work on carbon neutrality, and we hope to have 100 on board soon. We've also announced that subnational governments do have enormous potential to participate here. So I believe that the narrative and the principles, the logic here cannot be imposed. And we are completely convinced that in Colombia we will show that this game of net zero and the idea that that means a loss of competitiveness and sectoral damage, that's not the way to go. And this is a principle that we are enshrining in our whole productive apparatus. And we are going to work hand in hand with everyone here, with our pioneers, with the private sector. We know that it's going to be difficult to meet these goals, but we are going to do this with you, and we are going to get there. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, appointed minister. A very complete description of the regulatory panorama that we have here in Colombia. And I would like to complement this vision, talking about the comparative advantages that Colombia has, Colombia's natural endowment, and our potential for emissions reduction. So when we come and walk these halls, we see this. We see that we have very green mitigation options, or the greening of mitigation options in our countries, in Colombia and Guatemala, tropical countries. We have enormous abundance, a range of cost-effective mitigation measures, many of these associated with nature-based solutions, which could, as an endowment or comparative advantage, begin to be offered in regional markets, in global markets, and become a promoter or exporter of mitigation services for the planet, and at the same time create very important economic resources for the country. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And I think that that was an excellent start to our panel and for this discussion. Now let's move over to Guatemala. We have with us Vice Minister Freddy Antonio Chiroy. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Freddy. It's a pleasure to have you here in Cartagena. Guatemala has a non-conditional emission goal of 11.5%, but with international support. But if they have a conditional goal of emission reduction for 2030, 22.6%. They are looking at the energy sector. So, for example, changes in land and forest use, which are quite representative of the challenges we have in our tropical countries. I will now hand over to Vice Minister. Once again, it is a pleasure to have you here. Please tell us about how you plan to face in Guatemala from the ministry this challenge when it comes to reducing our emissions. What have you developed? And what are the most significant challenges when it comes to meeting this NDC? What do you perceive, and what could the carbon market role be when it comes to your situation? Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for your invitation to participate in at this event. This climate summit is a real honor for Guatemala to be here. So I would like to give you a greeting from our President and the Minister of Natural Resources. Guatemala, in the Constitution of the Republic, establishes that the state has to establish the conservation, the preservation, and the improvement of natural resources that are in ecological danger. So Guatemala right now has a national policy of climate change that has been approved by a government agreement. And as a result of that, in the year 2013, the Congress of the Republic of Guatemala, through Decree 7/2013, established the framework law that is commonly known as the climate change law, and it establishes the regulation of the market, and it establishes that there should be a standard to regulate an offset mechanism established through the use of fossil fuels. This regulation is being developed because the law is being analyzed right now, and I would like to highlight, as Mr. Minister said from Colombia, it's very important the cooperation of the private sector in all public policies, regulations, and laws. So we have been trying to achieve this consensus so that these norms and this vision will be a comprehensive one. Article 23 of this law establishes additionally, it talks about the voluntary carbon markets. In the same way, because of this, last year we established a ministry agreement where we regulate the registry of all the projects for the removal or reduction of greenhouse gases. This is being shared with all the different sectors. This law, in Article number 8, establishes a National Council on Climate Change. This is very important because this council needs to take care of the implementation of the different plans and projects or the strategies that come out as a result of this law. There are 15 organizations in this council. It is led by the President of the Republic. There are institutions of the executive power. There are organizations of the private sector, community associations of indigenous communities, and the academia as well. Is very important because we have reactivated this National Council, establishing a vision of public policies. We have published we issued our third national document on climate change, and right now we are updating our NDC. It should be highlighted because this NDC already establishes, is already a process since 1990 until 2018, where we already have certain indicators, and in the year 2016, in Guatemala, we generated 0.07% of greenhouse gases emissions. This is important because we are a very vulnerable country to climate change events. So in this council, we're able to verify the statement as a highly vulnerable country that was presented by our president at the United Nations a week ago. And in this statement, it was established that in 2016, the sector that most emissions generated in Guatemala was the sector of land use change, and it's mainly the deforestation that is as a result of many causes: wildfires, illegal tree cutting, and extensive livestock raising. So this generates about 53%. Then there is the energy sector, about 32%, and out of this, about 50% as a result of the use of cars because of fossil fuels use. Then the third sector is the agriculture sector. It's about 19% of the total of emissions in this sector. The subsector that most generates is the livestock raising sector. And then the fourth sector is industrial processes, about 10%. I'm sorry, 2%. And then is the waste sector. In spite of that, we have established a strategy through technical boards that we have in the council with the different entities, both from the state and from the private sector, in order to establish ambitious goals towards the COP26 so that they can be presented in Guatemala. We can present the Guatemala NDC and all the strategies, even though we are not a country that emits greenhouse gases. This is very important because we have reached a consensus with the different organizations and the Institute of Forests and the Ministry of Agriculture and other institutions that allows us to establish a critical path that show the progress that have been made on a country, but especially we want to have a greater ambition in the country. Something else that I would like to highlight is that right now Guatemala has the pro tempore presidency of the Central American Development Commission. And there we have also been working with all the countries that are part of it, like Honduras, El Salvador, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, a strategy to establish clear goals in regards to COP26. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. What we see, I believe, is that we are very well positioned as far as institutions. We are creating institutions in this region that are consistent, that collaborate between the state and have very clear relations with the private sector. We are establishing goals, important goals, by sector, by type of company, by type of pollutant. But I would like to re-emphasize that to reduce emissions in 22% with economies that need to grow in order to prosper is going to require important decisions that change the behavior in the production processes, where people start recognizing the value of these other effects, like the CO2 emissions. That's very important. What are those mechanisms? Like Francisco just said, we can estimate that about 24% of the reduction of emissions that we hope to achieve with the NDC of 71% of Colombia can come from the answer of the private sector that will have to pay a tax for the emissions on their emissions because of the use of liquid fuel. So we are starting to see that there are different policies that in a practical way can start to change this behavior. And this is what we would like to start sharing with you today. In the case of Chile, that's a very interesting case. We have with us Juan Pedro Searle. Are you with us, Juan Pedro? Can you hear me? Yes, perfectly. Juan Pedro Searle is the head of the Climate Change Office in Chile within the Ministry of Energy, and he has been leading the climate change policy since I got to know him in the 90s. He's somebody that has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, that understands very well the role of public policy in the growth of the economy. And the case of Chile is very interesting for many reasons. They have adopted a reduction in regards to BAU of 45%. Again, 45%, very ambitious. And in an economy, the economy of Chile, that requires the engine of the energy sector. They want to have net emissions of 95 million tons by 2030, and they want to be carbon neutral by 2050. Looking at the graph, in the time series that we have for Chile, we can see the purple or pink band that is under zero. This means the atmospheric fixation of carbon in the great program of reforestation that Chile has started in the 70s. The quantity of sequestration that is happening in Chile or compensating, strongly offsetting the rest of the economy is quite interesting. This is an example of the power of mitigation solutions that are based on nature that could be developed in other countries. From my perspective, the great advantage of our countries is that here we don't have a winter. The growth of the forest is not stopped. There is lots of good water and lots of good sun, and we have lots of fertile lands that could be assigned for this kind of sequestration. After this introduction, I would like to welcome Juan Pedro, our beloved colleague that has been working on climate change, and ask him the same questions. Where are we going, Juan Pedro? Well, what is the mix of policies that you believe could be more relevant to achieve the goal for 2030? What are the main challenges that you see in practice to achieve this goal? Can you please tell us how the carbon pricing is evolving in Chile? Juan Pedro, welcome. Thank you so much, Thomas. It's a real pleasure to be able to see you. You're talking about 1990, I believe. Right now we both have white hair. Thank you so much for the invitation. This kind of dialogue is essential to have in the region. So thank you very much also to all the organizers and for the other panelists, the vice ministers of Colombia and Guatemala. Well, approximately, maybe there is a question of a concept. There is not a baseline. Well, about 2018, 2018. But aside from that, Thomas, as far as context, we believe that it's key to be able to fill the NDC is to have the climate change law approved. Right now it's at Congress, and I agree with Vice Minister Galarza. I believe it's important to have this legal instrument that will provide the framework and will force the regulated sectors to reduce emissions, but then also will provide for them certain instruments that will facilitate this transition. Within this law, we have the goal of carbon neutrality is also in the long-term climate strategy. It was already brought to public consultation in the month of June this year and is going to be announced. And in this strategy, we also have this goal of carbon neutrality. And in this project, the interesting point is that we have a series of instruments that will allow the different sectors to have this clean transition. And among them, there is also some instruments that are similar. And I will go more in detail into them. But I would like to mention, dear Thomas, and then also to the rest of the panel and to the audience, is that whether, even though we still don't have this law approved right now, the sectors and the ministries are already working full-time on this concept of being carbon neutral by 2050 and to meet our NDS, which is totally binding. I work in energy, and there are big changes happening in energy as a result of all the regulatory changes that we have had since the first ideas at the beginning of the 2000s, where we wanted to go very strongly into renewable energies. Right now, the figures are very promising. We thought that by 2030 we're going to be 70% based on renewable energies, but we're going to reach a a figure of 80%, and by 2050, we're going to have about over 90% of renewable energies in our energy matrix. So we are preparing all the regulatory framework to support this transition. We have different instruments, but maybe I'm not going to go so much into that because I would like to highlight the challenges. But we have a national energy strategy that will be published soon. Is the action plan that we have in the energy sector to do this clean transition. We have an energy planning, a long-term planning, that is already embedded in the law. It's done every 5 years. You can check the first report that was just published. What we do through this planning is to indicate where the investments could be for the growth of the sector of energy growth. There is a law for energy efficiency, a law for renewable energies that, as I told you, has been successful, and we have surpassed the initial goals. Something quite interesting, and maybe other countries in the region have it, or maybe they're thinking about it, regarding giving a greater space to renewable energies. There are technological challenges, but then also regulatory challenges. We have had a process regarding our blocks bids in regards to fossil fuels. I don't know if you have heard the government of Chile about transforming into a hydrogen exporting power. And we want to use hydrogen in some sectors where it's harder to abate the emissions. And something that is very important is the coal plants exiting. And right now we have 5 plants that have already been closed. The main companies, the main energy companies that have investments in coal are 4. And they have already plans to close those energy plants, and maybe they're going to leave the market before 2040. And just this action triggered a myriad actions, especially in regards to the use of electricity, the electrification of different sectors, transportation, big industries, mining. And this is our big fight right now in the energy sector. As far as challenges, well, there is a macro challenge, which is climate change. I'm sorry, please, my mic was touching my shirt. A big challenge that we have is that we have a big drought since the year 2009. There has been very little rain in Chile in the last few years, especially this past year, and this forces authorities to make decisions of supplying this hydroelectric energy through thermal energy, which is not ideal. This is a big challenge. The other challenge that we have is that if we really want to go full blast into renewable energies by the year 2040 or 2050, is that we need to have the current transmission system, make it more efficient, and build new transmission lines that will allow us to use this massive renewable energy. We have important goals as far as electromobility. And one of the main points here is the use of private cars. So right now the car is very high, but we're also thinking about a massive adoption of electric vehicles in public transportation, to have all public transportation 100% electric by the year 2040. As far as being able to supply this variability of renewable energy, the main issue is the storage of energy. I mentioned that a while back, but we need to make progress in how to decarbonize where in the areas where it's harder to do it. For instance, the cement industry, the steel industry, just to give a few examples. Maybe a challenge as far as regulation on how to have these NDCs complement the sectoral regulatory instrument. It's hard, but we need to work on that. Thomas, you mentioned that in the presentation, that in our original estimations of carbon neutrality, the contribution of the forest sector should be about 65 million tons, and the rest should come from the energy sector. And this is a tremendous challenge. Probably the situation in Colombia or in other countries that are higher north, maybe they don't have this problem with the rain, but we have wildfires every year, and it's becoming harder and harder to be able to keep that carbon that is stored in our forests. But it shouldn't be that hard to do that. And it's very interesting not just to capture the carbon, but as you say, to have nature-based solutions, aside from the solutions that we can implement in the future, whenever those technologies are available in the future regarding capture and storage of carbon.
I would like to wrap up now by mentioning one enormous challenge or perhaps an opportunity, depending on how we look at this. When we look at carbon price implementation, when it comes to meeting our NDCs and also having quality carbon in an effective manner. And perhaps we can even have negative values by 2050. We have a carbon tax around $5 like Colombia. We have an estimation of the calculation of the social cost of carbon, and the cost comes out there at $40, and our tax is only $5. So clearly we have to look at how we can close this gap. Thinking about what you said at the beginning, and what the minister said earlier, how can we make sectoral growth compatible with the marginal and total costs so that they don't go beyond the cost for the final user? And what I think, or the end user, I think what's very important, and I don't know if Colombia's already thought of this, if other countries have thought of this, would be to look at recycling of income that come from these instruments through tax. We've seen this as an option. I suppose that's similar in the region, but it's very hard to recycle because the tax goes to a common state fund. But if we could have an indirect fund to recycle this income, it would be very interesting to look at how to recycle this income and help this transition to occur without such high costs. And if you would allow me to make a comment to wrap up, we do have a legal project, a bill, and we have a similar project here. And the idea of what we have planned to do here is to issue or define maximum emission limits. It's very similar to a national transaction scheme, but it's not an allowance, it's a maximum limit, and that maximum limit would be regulated and could represent an additional effort. We could sell the excess to other regulated parties who cannot carry out these kinds of credit activities. And when it comes to offsets, I'd like to talk about Article 6. I could talk a lot about Article 6, but I won't. I would like to wrap up now. I apologize, Thomas, because this is a regional dialogue, and we have a member from Quebec, and me as minister from Chile. We are members, we are chairs of the Carbon Pricing Forum for the Americas, and essentially what I want to do is mention that we are working already on this front. We would like to increase the number of members. We currently have Mexico, Colombia, Costa Rica, Sonora State. They're all part of this initiative, and this is very interesting because it enables us to share experiences with jurisdictions that are already implementing actions. For example, California, Quebec. Perfect, that's great. So we can get together, we can talk, and the idea is to look at how we might look at the whole region and implement some kind of carbon price and perhaps look at each other's systems, accredit each other's systems, and continue to progress there. So I will wrap up there. And I'm happy to respond to any questions you might have. Great, thank you so much, Juan Pedro. Okay, great. We've had a series of public policies that are very well adapted to the Chilean reality. I'd like to point out some very important elements that I think are common to the whole region. When it comes to renewable energy, well, this is a very interesting matter because markets are helping us. When I started working in this area 30 years ago, it was impossible to promote solar energy and wind energy because the costs were so high that they were not competitive. So everything had to be subsidized, and there was no money for sustainable subsidies. Now, it is cheaper to generate energy with all of the capex and opex costs with wind and with sun than with natural gas. That's a fact. And that makes me feel very optimistic about our future. Another technology that is in our favor is electrical mobility. We are seeing that this is advancing all around the world, and Juan Pedro touched upon this. We're seeing that here in Colombia. When you combine a clean energy generation grid, such as we have here in Colombia, for example, hydroelectricity, who knows, tomorrow we might have 95% hydro, wind and solar energy with these excellent energy auctions that we are holding. We have an almost zero emissions generation network that is connected to a more and more mobile energy network. Added to this, we have the reductions that we will see with mobility and transition. And how are we going to do this? With carbon markets. Very interesting challenge. The other topic here, hydrogen. That is really the topic of the day. Colombia, Chile, other countries are making enormous advances when it comes to the clean and cost-effective hydrogen generation. And we have energy generation, we have markets creating energy, and also markets with very cheap generation costs. And so we will be able to produce enormous amounts of hydrogen for the transport sector, for the industrial sector, and for export. Markets are in our favor, and this is an element that should make us feel very optimistic. Thank you very much, Juan Pedro. Now let's quickly move to Canada. Canada is another very interesting case because this is a country with an enormous volume of emissions, but this is a country that is also committed to reductions of 45%. It will be carbon neutral. It is a country with very strong institutions and regulatory frameworks, with regional markets at play, and it has some outstanding emission elements that, from the regulatory perspective, are very challenging and very interesting. And I'm going to talk about tar sands. That is a potential energy generation sector. But if we do so, that will require an enormous investment. Let's talk about the regulatory framework and the regulatory policies that are being implemented in Alberta, in Canada. It is a great pleasure to invite a Colombian environmental engineer who is living in Alberta with us today. She's working in Alberta, working on the regulation of this extremely interesting challenge. Let me now introduce you to Ana Miranda. Ana Miranda, it's a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours. Hello. Good afternoon. First off, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this very interesting panel. It's great to be back here. I grew up here in Cartagena. I now live elsewhere, working on something completely new. But it's always a great pleasure to come and talk about this topic in my home city. As Thomas said, The goal that Canada has set was a reduction of 45% of emissions compared to 2005 emissions and carbon neutrality by 2050. And so against this backdrop, Alberta has 38%, is responsible for 38% of the total national emissions, and it's an economy which is completely based on heavy industry with enormous carbon intensity. The main sectors there that make these emissions are crude oil, heavy crudes, electricity generation, and there's another important component because we have a lot of mining and mineral processing as well as agro-industry. Those are the main sectors, but there are others also. A specific piece of information from Alberta is that almost half of the total emissions in the province can be attributed to 40 different industrial facilities. And so we have a very concentrated group of polluters or that are responsible for these emissions. The idea is to meet the national reduction goal of 40-45%. That is a huge challenge, but it's also a challenge to come up with a regulatory framework that is able to control this limited and very powerful group when it comes to the country's economic sphere, because we want to meet this goal. So let me describe a little bit how the regulatory framework works in Alberta and its history, and I will then talk about some specific measures that have been taken to reduce emissions in order to meet the national goals, which is, of course, the topic that brings us here to this panel today. Alberta was the first jurisdiction in North America to impose a carbon tax. Going back to 2007, that's where we saw the first regulation for control of emissions for large polluters. And they have reporting and carbon tax obligations for all industrial facilities for any yearly emissions more than 100,000 tons of CO2. And then from 2017 onwards, we start to see a global or general carbon tax for the sale of fossil fuels. And this was under provincial control, and then from 2020 onwards, it's now come under federal control. So we have these two main mechanisms for carbon pricing that apply in our province. So in broad strokes, Alberta's system, well, we have these regulated facilities, and they have to make annual reports based on certain goals. So if the facilities do not meet the goals that have been set, they must offset these emissions. They have an offset obligation, and they can cover this in three ways. Firstly, monetary payment to a fund. The second option is to remove carbon credits from the voluntary market, which is also regulated under the same legislation and is also local. So you can only withdraw carbon credits from the province. And the third option would be to withdraw credits or performance credits. So these are credits that are issued by other agencies when they fall under their yearly emissions targets. So you have these three options in order to comply with the obligations at hand, and that gives us certain systemic flexibility and also creates a market for voluntary credits. So Alberta's system has 19 active protocols right now. And since the year that it started, which was 2007, we've seen recorded reductions of some 17 million tons, which is important, a very important contribution. Another particularity of the Alberta emissions system is that it's based on carbon intensity units for intensive activities. So we have regulated activities, and we have emissions that are imposed based on total production, which is to say emissions have to be divided in terms of annual production, and the carbon intensity index for product unit has an associated reduction goal. But then the biggest challenge in the system is related to this, which is that the system allows for a net increase of emissions as long as the facilities manage to reduce the carbon intensity per unit. So the enormous challenge here is to reduce net emissions, but decoupling these from economic performance. So the sector that Thomas referred to, which were the tar sands, which has an enormous challenge, and this is the third largest oil reservoir in the world and has enormous carbon intensity. Even if I reduce my carbon intensity per product unit, my emissions are still going to increase, and in a completely uncontrolled fashion. So Alberta, in addition to the carbon price, must also implement other complementary measures in order to meet the reduction goals that have been set. In the case of tar sands, we also see the creation of a legislative framework with emissions limits, which establish a maximum annual limit for this sector. It's 100,000 tons. And this is under provincial control to create this limit system, but this applies only for this sector in order to ensure that emissions in the tar sand sector do not exceed what would be permissible to reach our national goals. Another strategy that has been used within the same system is to be somewhat flexible in how the reduction goals are set for different industrial sectors. So depending on the specific goals that are being proposed, you can manipulate or play a little with the regulations so that you can come up with more rigorous limits for certain sectors, and in doing so, reach goals. That's the case with electricity, where they used to have goals or limits for each facility that was included in the historical performance records in the sector. And this was based on the most efficient. Now it's based on the most efficient plant in the district. And so we saw that the tax created was very high, and we started to see recycling of some of this income, providing compensation to affected vendors, but they must use these resources within the province. And so we no longer have carbon as a source of electrical power, which was actually set for 2030. But we believe that by 2023 there will be no more coal-based electricity in the province thanks to this. Another measure that I was commenting on was the recycling of these resources that are obtained based on carbon tax collection. In the province, we've already seen the investment of $2.6 billion in programs that include industrial energy creation, homes, subsidy programs for renewable energies, municipal support, and Indigenous community support for climate change. One of the most illustrative examples are the carbon capture and sequestration programs. The first of these programs, funded by the government, went into operation in November of 2015, and it currently captures thousands of tons of carbon each year. And because that first project was so successful, the government plans to continue with these initiatives in the sector, generating a space, looking at using more areas in the province for this same end. And so we have carbon collection systems which may be shared amongst all actors, not only for oil and gas, but also fertilizers, coming up with sequestration hubs that will, of course, be for public access. So that's an idea that came out of the Innovation Center, looking at carbon initiatives. And my time is up, so that's a couple of examples of how the regulatory framework plays a very important role in mobilizing private sector resources to ensure compliance with the nationally determined goals. Thank you very much. Wow, what interesting initiatives you are talking about. So we have some great success cases, both through direct and flexible regulation. And thinking about the sectoral and national contexts, this is extremely interesting. But having heard from all of our different panelists today and presenters, what I can hear is that everybody is talking about different types of markets, different types of carbon markets, voluntary markets, direct markets, sectoral markets, price differentials. Juan Pedro's comment on how there's been an attempt to build a hemispheric alliance to come to a consistent price for the market. That is something that is going to be announced and achieved through Alexis and Alcott's leadership, promoting a planetary alliance to ensure that we have congruent carbon market prices. So when we have in the global north markets where we do have the will to pay these high prices, well, that can be also reflected in the global south. Looking at carbon prices, cap and trade systems are also taking on a lot of force, not only because they're economically efficient, not only because they allow us to maintain competitiveness, because we are complying at a low cost, but also because this leads to effectiveness when it comes to reducing emissions. To wrap up, to talk about how we can move to the next step or take this to the next level in terms of and how we can move to hemispheric and planetary mitigation of emissions using this price signaling for emissions in all sectors. We will finish with a short presentation from Stefano De Clara, head of the Secretariat, ICAP, International Carbon Action Partnership. In the graph on the right, just to give you an idea, we see 6 marginal cost curves for emissions reduction. And as we move to the right, we can see that each country uses its own mitigation strategies and each uses its own options, and these options are growing in cost. We can see that with all of these different countries mitigating with different regulatory policies, we are advancing when it comes to having greater ambitions. 51% Colombia, 45% Chile, 22% Guatemala, 40% in Canada. No? Looking at these growing marginal cost curves, but here what we can see is how we advance in terms of these cost curves.
Certain countries, when they were able to achieve those ambitions, are going to have internal costs that will be very hard to mitigate. That means that they are very willing to pay for the mitigation service for the emission reduction that they are certified by in countries that have curves of mitigation that are much lower, like the ones in Colombia or Guatemala or Ecuador or Brazil. Because of their endowment, because of their level of development in their regulatory level, we have interesting comparative advantages. So listening to the development of policies focused on carbon trade, I believe that we are positioning ourselves to move to the next level, the level of regional and global markets. Stefano, are you with us?
Can you hear me okay? I can hear you perfectly. It's great to have you. You have the floor. Please go ahead with your presentation on the efficiencies of domestic, regional, and global trading systems. Thank you, Stefan.
Thanks for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. It's also quite challenging to come in after such a great set of panelists that I'll try to make sense of a couple of trends and bits and pieces that people mentioned, and I'll try to bring everything together from the point of view of what the way forward could be in the Latin region for carbon pricing and emission trading systems. So just as a quick word about ICAP, the International Carbon Action Partnership, for those of you that are not familiar with the partnership, we are a partnership and a network of 39 national and subnational governments that work together on the implementation of emission trading systems. And this is what I want to reflect on really. So if we go on to the next slide, we see that, and again, from the vantage point of talking about or reflecting on ambition, which, as Thomas outlined, is the real aim of this panel. I hope you can see the next slide on the screen, because I think I still see the previous one about ICAP. But on the next slide, showing a global map, there we go. You should see that there's quite a lot of developments happening in the space of emission trading systems and carbon markets, with a lot of different systems being already adopted or in the process of being implemented almost in every continent and across a wide range of different countries, both at the national and at the subnational level. And if we zoom a bit more closely on Latin America on the next slide, and echoing what we just heard from different panelists, we see that in terms of carbon pricing development, so looking both at emission trading systems and carbon taxes in the region, there's quite a lot happening already, and a few different countries, as we just heard, are experimenting with different forms of carbon pricing. But then again, if we really think about what this means for ambition, it is a start, but it's also not enough really if we are to meet the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. And one thing that needs to happen to start closing the gap that both Thomas and Juan Pedro talked about, it's clear that we need a further uptake of more carbon pricing initiatives in more and more countries, and then progressively and over time, those initiatives need to be aligned with the long-term target of the Paris Agreement. So they need to be aligned with the net zero goal around 2050. But if we look again even more closely at what those initiatives look like in the next slide, we also see that when they are implemented, and again this only looks at emission trading systems around the world, when they are implemented, they don't necessarily cover all the other sectors that need to be covered. Typically, they apply to the energy sector and the industrial sector. Some emission trading systems also cover other sectors, but most typically they are limited to a limited number of sectors. And in the case of carbon taxes, which some of the previous panelists talked about, there the coverage tends to be even more limited, as most taxes only apply to fossil fuels, for example. So one thing that needs to happen in the progression towards the goals of the Paris Agreement is a progressive sectoral expansion of the application of these carbon pricing tools. And this really links back to the point that Thomas was making in the introduction, because it will be ambitious and difficult to decarbonize economies, and different sectors offer different margin abatement costs and different opportunities for abatement. And by expanding carbon pricing to more and more sectors, you optimize the abatement opportunities and really allow abatement and mitigation to take place where it's most cost efficient for it to happen. And expanding the reach of carbon pricing to more and more sectors domestically is a way to do that, but it's not the full picture. And echoing what Juan Pedro was talking about earlier, the other way to expand the reach of carbon pricing and the other way to optimize abatement is also to look at the international dimension. And from that point of view, it is worth reflecting on how that can happen. And if we look at the world of carbon pricing and emission trading systems, there are two main ways to think about international cooperation. One way is through the use of offsets, and offsets obviously can be international in nature, meaning that they come from other jurisdictions, but they can also be domestic in nature. And domestic offsetting, such as in the case of Colombia, for example, is an effective way to expand the reach of carbon pricing to sectors that are not covered by the carbon pricing policy or by the emission trading system. And they're also a good way to untap cost-effective mitigation opportunities. Again, looping back to the point that Thomas was making. And that logic is even more amplified when international offsets come into the picture as a way to expand the reach of carbon pricing and as a way to expand the pool of cost-effective mitigation options. On the next slide, we see that a range of emission trading systems, for example, have different configurations for the use of offsets. Some emission trading systems don't use offsets. Some emission trading systems use domestic offsets, and some other emission trading systems use also international offsets. And the same apply for domestic carbon taxes. So again, there we have different configurations for the use of offsets. Looking more closely at emission trading systems, on the next slide, we see that another way to cooperate across borders and between different countries that implement emission trading system is through linking of emission trading systems. And even in that regard, there are possible different ways to configure linking, ranging all the way from no linking to a full two-way linking arrangement. And again, everything starts with incremental alignment of different policies and different emission trading systems. And this is a key aspect to be considered given the Latin American situation that we just talked about, and that also emerged from the previous intervention. So when you have such a diversity in the approaches that different countries are taking, it's really important to start working on alignment of those policies that can then lead over time to an increasing amount of linking, and can ease international cooperation in a few different ways. And then again, on the next slide, and looking back to what Thomas was saying, it's also worth reflecting on what are the benefits and potential challenges of building offset protocols, thinking about linking and thinking about regional and international cooperation more in general. So from an economic perspective, as Thomas pointed out, international cooperation through different forums and through different means can increase the cost efficiency and cost effectiveness of the system. Looking at the functioning of emission trading systems, it can increase market liquidity, and it can be a way to absorb price fluctuations and price shocks. And can also be important to level the playing field and reduce carbon leakage across different jurisdictions that might be exposed to different levels of carbon prices. From an environmental point of view, and again, looking back to the ambition discussion, it is a way to allow for more ambition if the linking arrangement or if the use of offsets is structured in a good way, and if it's aimed at increasing ambition over time. And it can also be an important political tool to create momentum for the adoption of emission trading systems, for example, or to build momentum to cooperate on climate change. And having said that, it's also worth reflecting on what some of the risks are, and it's also important to take these risks in mind when you design your cooperation, when you also think about ways to mitigate those risks. So again, this is a bit of a blue sky thinking, but it's important to reflect on what might be the way forward for carbon pricing and emission trading systems in Latin America, and what might come next on the political agenda over time. Again, just wanted to point out that as ICAP, we've done work on these topics, and if you are interested to find out more, feel free to have a look at our website. I'm conscious that we're running behind the schedule, so I'll keep it to this. I'm more than happy to take any questions that people might have. Thanks again for the invite to be here.
Thank you, Stefano. We really appreciate it. Bueno, como lo dice el amigo.
Well, like our friend Stefano was saying, we have reached the end of this forum. I believe that in this panel we have seen a set of public policies focused on the realities and national context, everyone looking for the greater efficiency and effectiveness. And again, what we are seeing in all these countries is a greater recognition from the authorities of the pricing, on giving the price to carbon emissions, recognizing the effects that is causing for the first time in history, and creating a demand that right now because of carbon tax in Colombia, but tomorrow, like Stefano was saying, can be through a system that is very consistently designed among the countries, a system that have greater internal mitigation costs, can require the service of emission reduction certified services from countries where the potential of mitigation is abundant and cost-effective, as we said. I really want to thank our panelists. It has been fascinating for me to listen to the advances. I want to advance Nicolás Galarza, the Minister, for his excellent presentation of how we are doing in Colombia. Vice Minister Freddy Chiroy, regarding the positioning of the institutions that they are accomplishing in Guatemala. To Juan Pedro, our expert on energy and climate change from Chile. To Stefano, leading the discussion on the creation of domestic and regional markets and global markets. And I hope that this has been interesting for all of you. A market that is robust and is growing, and tomorrow, and regional or global market with fair prices that can finance mitigation and development in our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Thomas Black, and to the extraordinary panelists that we had. Very, very interesting. That was very inspiring, and it leaves us, it shows us the magnitude of the challenges and the opportunities that we have. And also, Thomas, it shows a path to start solving them, learning from others, preparing best practices, and regarding full neutrality, in order to achieve full neutrality and fair prices. So thank you very much to all the panelists and to Thomas. And with this, we invite you to lunch. You are all cordially invited right here at the Convention Center. We are a little bit short of time, so we would like to ask you that please at 3 to be back here so that we can continue with the afternoon agenda. Enjoy your lunch.
Very proud of you. Bienvenidos de regreso.
Welcome back. We would like to invite you all to please take your seats so that we can, in just a few minutes, start with our first afternoon panel.
¿Arrancamos?
Sí, démosle que ya ellos viendo, digámosles que por favor, y su merced. Ay, ya.
Es más cómodo con los dos. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon to everybody. Once again, you have had a pleasant lunch and also enjoyed a good conversation with the reflections you surely had on your mind after our morning sessions. Now, let's move to our first afternoon panel. Bilateral mechanisms for carbon markets. Transnational opportunities for carbon markets. We will be joined by some very renowned panelists from Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Colombia. Our panel will be moderated by Alexis Leroy, co-president of the Latin American Caribbean Working Group of IETA. That's what it says here on paper, but let me go off script and say thanks to Alexis. We are all here today. So I would like to request a round of applause for Alexis. Thank you for everything you've done for this summit, for your incredible performance, and for the effort this represents. So thank you very much, Alexis. Now the floor is yours, the panel is yours. Good afternoon. The threat represented by climate change continues to be critical for all countries. Natural disasters have a cost of around $18 billion per year for low and medium income countries. And this is only in infrastructure, transport, and energy generation costs. The decisions that are made now will determine up to when the world will experience new developments, the creation of sustainable jobs, and resilient economic transformation, as well as low carbon emissions. Making the right investment could give us short-term benefits, job creation and economic benefits, as well as long-term benefits for people who will be involved in decarbonization, resilience, and program incentives for low-carbon emissions, which could boost the creation of new sustainable jobs, which are both equitable and inclusive. Countries should be prepared for the changes that approach us, and we need to be intelligent when it comes to climate change and ensure that people are not excluded from economic, social, and health opportunities. As the global transformation towards low emissions moves forward, it is fundamental to improve financing. Public spending will never be enough. We must look for direct resources and also respond to demands by mobilizing private investment and helping people to work on low-carbon emissions where these systems didn't exist. We now have a unique opportunity moving towards green, resilient, inclusive development. One of the paths for financing are bilateral market mechanisms or payment for results for transactions or programs. The aim of this panel is to look at this mechanism. We will not talk about Article 6. And so it is an honor to have Freddy Antonio Chiroy, Vice Minister of Environment from Guatemala, and Natalie Flores, the Director of Climate Change from the Dominican Republic. Thank you for being with us. Héctor Arce Benavides, Secretariat Coordinator for Red Plus in Costa Rica, Red Plus FONAFIFO. I think Karina, I forgot to introduce you. We have Karina Barrera, the Deputy Secretary for Climate Change in Ecuador. Because we are a little short on time, and because what the panelists have to say is more interesting than their biographies, I will ask you all the same question. If you could, please, in less than 10 minutes respond, that would be fantastic. Let's start with Natalia. The Dominican Republic already has experience with bilateral operations, which comes from the previous government administration, and there is, of course, continuity of this. It would be very interesting to hear from you, and so that you can tell us about the lessons learned, what you would change, and the steps to be taken for these kind of operations in the Dominican Republic. Thank you. Thank you, Alexis, and thank you very much for the invitation and for having us here with you. I have met with very dear friends and admired colleagues from the whole region here at this event, so I'm very happy to be here with you, despite the short time that we have for this panel. In the Dominican Republic, we have been working for around 11 years on everything related to preparing the country and establishing the foundations for payment for results in the agroforest sector. As you so clearly said, this is a matter that when we saw a change in government administration after 16 years, which is the administration that we are taking on right now, there was a decision made to give continuity to this process as a state policy. And so we are evolving, because in the Dominican Republic, when we started to work on Red Plus mechanisms, this was done as part of Central American initiative through the German Alliance and the Central American Alliance. And as part of that, the Warsaw Red Plus decision, we were on the same page as all of the other Central American countries to enter the World Bank Carbon Forest Fund. We received support, as I've just said, from the cooperation group to work in the Dominican Republic. We were able to carry out our first forest inventory. For around 30 years, we prepared all of the necessary documentation, which was required by the FCSP, and we entered the FCSP. And we became involved in another process, which, well, I wasn't actually tangibly part of because I was working elsewhere for around 4 years. but I was working on forestry matters. And so in these 4 years, the country prepared all of the required foundations, both based on the bank's operational policies as well as RED Plus requirements. And we also came up with our own national public policies. And finally, around 6 or 7 months in the new administration, the Minister of Environment, along with the Treasury, signed the ERPA with the FCSP. What we saw, in order to ensure continuity as a public policy, was the first of national priorities. That was, of course, reduction of GHGs. And we presented an improved and more ambitious NDC. And we looked at financing for significant adaptations. This is one of the presidential goals for the new administration, looking at the component of protecting water resources, forest resources in and of themselves, and there we saw the opportunity to provide this framework for continuity. So we carried out our own studies that were not related to the 4-year program that was already underway, that we studied so that we could receive accurate consultation. But what we did is we saw what we were missing to protect our system, to ensure that the private sector feels secure in making these kinds of investments. That was the first part. So with our ERPA, we decided to take a first step to work with the private sector. Right now, the World Bank, or when we submitted our terms of reference to the government and improved goals, well, the standard bank price has seniority over our proposal, which is $5 per ton. We are very, very excited because we understand that this is the first step to taking our country to the next level. There are other policies that are not payment for results or directly focused on the forest sector, but essentially we are trying to protect our architecture and have the private sector to move away from only social responsibility and that it look for opportunities in voluntary markets. Our ERPA is a milestone for the Dominican Republic because it's the first system of this type that we have. Additionally, this has helped us to change our mindset somewhat, because we can see that the government, the Dominican Republic, because we see ourselves as part of the administration and the public sector, need to raise awareness or become more sensitive, as they need to learn more about a voluntary market and that whole process. So, lessons learned. What I believe is that's important for us to look at all of these opportunities and also look at the forest inventory, also look at the forest monitoring system for verification and reporting, and not only looking at emissions but also biodiversity and all of this strength that our Vice Ministry of Forest Resources currently has, thanks to the RED Plus focus and payment for results. We also need to raise awareness on the part of our beneficiaries. In the Dominican Republic, the context is a little complex because we have issues with land titling and land tenure. Some land belongs to the state and some land is private, so this also makes things more complicated. We do not have ancestral or indigenous communities. However, landowners in the countryside, land in the countryside is frequently private property. So we need to look at, for example, what a beneficiary is as conceived of by the bank and in respect of the Cancun agreements. So these are lessons learned. The other thing is that the country should strengthen its regulatory framework, and we should look at more of an incentives framework and be able to truly generate change. So it's about first doing the work, and of course we have some international organizations that are more prepared than our in private sector. The idea would be to make this available for the private sector. That's an exercise that we should carry out internally. And then as a lesson learned, we are also working on readiness with a climate fund in the Dominican Republic, and the idea is for the private sector to be able to operate in results-based payment and the voluntary market. And I think that they are becoming interested in that. Everybody's interested in this now. Everybody wants to take things a step further. Everybody wants to invest in all different types of forests. And we have a really enormous ministry which is involved in conservation, implementation of international projects. And on the one hand, we are very excited by this interest, but we don't want to create false expectations. But we believe that in the next 4 years, we will get the country ready to continue forward with this result-based payment and voluntary markets. Thank you very much, Natalia. It's very interesting. And tomorrow we will have a panel on Article 6, so it's very interesting to hear how these two universes coexist. Fantastic to see that Dominican Republic is assuming this public-private cooperation leadership to reach ambitious goals. Karina, I will ask you the same question, knowing that Ecuador's position is very different to that of many other countries in the region. You have enormous conservation projects and ready payments. So what has your experience been, and what is your vision of the future? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Ecuador is a country that does include nature's rights since the time it was founded as a country. So nature is a subject of rights in Ecuador. It's one of the first constitutions that guarantees nature's rights. And so we have defined several specific guidelines. For example, nobody can take ownership of natural services. And as part of this, we have structured a RED Plus action plan since 2009 with this philosophy in mind that establishes several important provisions. For example, RED Plus is a national plan. It's not a territorial focus, but rather a landscape focus. So it goes beyond territorial limits. It respects land and conserves and also respects our ancestral knowledge in our indigenous groups. In our forests, when we look at the distribution of forests in Ecuador, 74% of them are within indigenous areas in the Equatorian area of the Amazon rainforest. That's when we have implemented the main strategies for reduction of deforestation. We have carried out a study of the main drivers of deforestation, identifying agricultural practices and the growth of the agricultural border as a threat, as well as illegal logging, amongst others. And so we have a RED Plus action plan, and in 2006 it became public policy. Ecuador has a RED Plus action plan, which is forests for well-being. And in that document we have the inclusion of environmental and social safeguards in accordance with the Cancun agreements. It's also important to look at the different RED Plus phases that we have implemented in Ecuador. So we have a level of reference. We have also a national forest monitoring system which provides details for IMRB, and we also have our social and environmental safeguards at an institutional level. So this enables us to do two important things. One of these things is to have a blending of the Green Climate Fund and the World Climate Fund. And we have been able to implement our Amazon program, which fights back against these drivers of deforestation in the Amazon region. We have spent millions of dollars through this mechanism. In 2018, Ecuador became the second country in the world to receive payments for results for reduction of emissions from deforestation, verified results. That was in 2014. Later on, Ecuador was then successful in its negotiations with the German and Norwegian governments by showing that Ecuador has a solid, mature and verified REDD+ process. We have been able to obtain resources for the implementation of the REM program, Red Early Movers, in another part of Ecuador that was not covered by the Amazon program. And so through these two programs, two significant and emblematic programs for Ecuador, we have been able to implement actions, for example, the transition of production systems, let's say normal or traditional systems, to sustainable production systems. We are also working to lobby for territorial public policies, so national and subnational governments should also include in their public policy and their orders the terms for the reduction of emissions for climate change and due to deforestation. And so we have received help to improve our forest monitoring systems and also to work on an incentives program that we call Socio Bosque, or Forest Partner. We believe this is a significant experience because we must highlight the participation of our indigenous communities. One of the criticisms of these programs is that funds are often left in the hands of the centralized government. However, through this Payment for Results program, we're carrying out an important exercise because we have evaluated the capacity installed in our communities to actually manage these resources. And we identified a Confederation of Indigenous Amazon Peoples as an institution capable of being strengthened through the use of these resources. And in one of the pilot programs for Payment for Results, we have assigned or allocated money directly to this institution so that they can strengthen their resources and manage these resources as self-determining groups. This is an interesting exercise. It's a case study that is looked at in many universities due to the way in which we are trying to delegate fund management to indigenous groups and also the important role played by indigenous peoples in this situation. In looking at working directly at the grassroots level, we have implemented territorial plans at the community level. And so many areas now have their own local plan with a national focus. But now we have territorial pilot projects, but these are well aligned with national goals. Ecuador's experience is important when it comes to REDD+. We must also highlight the incorporation of our social and environmental safeguards that have been institutionalized. We have a complaint system which has been established. We also have a prior consultation and freedom of information, a series of practices that have really built trust. When it comes to bilateral relationships, one of the most important points is this trust and this transparency in our relationship. Ecuador has a system in which we have periodic reports on these social and environmental safeguards, and this information is verified and is available in a transparent manner. And so Ecuador will be taking a next step along with Ghana and Costa Rica that have also been selected thanks to their REDD+ systems as the countries that could be part or whose proposals have been accepted to be part of the new coalition for bilateral relationships, and also involves the private sector to receive incentives, in this case for reduction in deforestation. So I just wanted to share Ecuador's experience here with you, and this is another perspective. And so in a non-market perspective, you can also get important returns.
Muchas gracias a ti. Thank you so much. It's very interesting, the decentralization of the responsibility on a national level. I think this is crucial, and especially the possibility of administering funds by the communities themselves. So I want to congratulate you as a project developer, because we know how hard it is. So thank you very much. Now we're going to have Jose Yunis talking about the program. He's the strength behind the Vision Amazon, which is one of the most known projects by the people that are here in Colombia. So can you please explain how this program has evolved? It has had already several lives, and there are already lives ahead of it. So can you please tell us about the program and the lessons learned? Well, the program Visión Amazonía was the result of an agreement between Germany, Norway, England, and Colombia. So at the time that we were negotiating that, the voluntary market was just getting started. It was 2011, 12, 13. In other words, a lot of people had gone out from those markets, and then there was this agreement between Colombia and Germany, Norway, and the United Kingdom, and they say, okay, let's make a deal. If you reduce your emission because of deforestation, using these reference periods of 2013, 14, 15, 16, and 17, whatever you are able to lower from that average in the Amazon area, we will give you some resources. I think it was $5, and then there was some risk that they took down, and then they say, no. At that time, there was nothing. So you might say, well, now we have $5 prices, but at that time, there was nothing. So we signed this agreement, and we started getting some resources because of these reductions. And in 2013 and in 2015, it went to the lower limits that we have ever reached in the Amazon region. That was in 2015, almost 52,000 hectares. So if you take the average of when the average was 80 to 83,000 hectares, and then we got some funds. What for? For a plan that was called Vision Amazon. And it's very easy to say, but the Amazon should be forest. Everything that is for the forest, yes. Everything that is against it is no. So it's a complex program, because it's a complex topic, because you can't fight deforestation with one approach or two or three, but you need many approaches. One of them is forest governance, not just because the planning, the zoning planning, or environmental education in the most remote areas, or surveillance or control, but then also to having the national forest inventory, which is also the basis for the carbon market, aside from the handling, but then also supporting initiatives that are just as important as the forest and carbon monitoring system that tells when and how much is deforested. And it also helps us to know from the satellites, aside from the social validation, what's happening in different regions. And at the beginning, the deforestation, everybody was saying, well, there is a lot of deforestation. But in some places it's 15%, in some other places 7%. In some places it depends on some factors, because maybe there was of Mapiripa, where there was a large-scale land grab, and then sometimes you have to go with the police or with the attorney's office. It's not just with some vulnerable farmers, but in other cases, it's less than 2 hectares. Is less than 2 hectares. It's just a temporal thing. So understand this deforestation is one of the things that we have done, and we ended up doing that not just in the deforestation arc, but to determine what neighborhood in Colombia has the greatest deforestation and what kind it is. If it is 10 to 15 or 15 to 20 or 20 to 30 or 30 to 40 or 40 to 50 hectares, everything is mapped since the year 2014 until 2020. And we have seen the behavior, and this helps us to tune up the policies and what needs to be done in these kind of regions. We didn't have that. We had the monitoring system, but not to that level of detail that helps us to tune up the policies. This is on one side. So as far as lessons learned, the monitoring system, that's vital. If you're going to fight deforestation, well, you need that. You need to know whether you're making progress or you're going backwards. So that needs to be validated, needs to be verifiable internationally, and it has to be systematic, always the same periods. It needs to be comparable. Well, then there will be debates or no debates, but this is something that has led our actions here in Colombia. And what we're doing is getting better as far as the figures. The other thing is the sectoral policies. And I want to say that if we don't do the intermodal transportation plan in the long term for the Amazon region, there's going to be bulk transportation in all that region, and depending on the transportation, there will be less or more transportation. It's not the same thing to invest on a local or regional airport so that people can go and see birds, that if you're going to export cows from that place. Otherwise, you're going to need a big road so that you can put 5 or 6 cows per truck. So depending on what you're doing, whether you go by land or by air, the deforestation is going to be lower or greater. And you need to have that in the land zoning plans, all the deforestation or no deforestation, adaptation to climate change. We're already doing that. The indigenous people, distribution of benefits, very important what our colleagues said. We have already 140 projects that are going on. And there are ethnic communities that are in charge of that. They propose the project, they decide on the project, they implement the project, and if they are not able to do it, we give them the capacity to do it. The distribution of benefits is very important. And then also with farmers, some of them, because otherwise it will be, it's bad if you deforest and it's bad if you don't. No, there is a distribution of benefits. We have already 15,000 families that are linked in the chain value, in the green credits, and this allows us to scale the effort. We are like one of those investments where you spend all that to show the way, or for instance, for payment for environmental services. On Wednesday, we paid the last 1,100 new payments for environmental services, and there's also a lesson learned that I'm going to mention it at the end. But in other words, all these tools, both the value chain and the green credit, how do you pay that? How do you do it? All these have been lessons learned when implementing that in remote areas. So if you have done all the right things, please, if you want to know the right things, please come to us, because we know what has worked and what hasn't worked. Regarding the forest model, which is what we have, or we want to implement in all the Amazon basin. So if the area has been impacted, to reverse what has been impacted. If you need to make progress, the alternatives for that stabilization or for that agricultural frontier, all these big challenges that we have in regard to indigenous peoples and natural parks. But since you're asking for lessons learned after 5 years, well, we have all these safeguards. We have a strong relationship with our indigenous partners, with the ASIAC, the Organization of Indigenous Peoples. But I wanted to say, as far as lessons learned, if you have a complex phenomenon, you have to have a sectoral approach. Many of our countries are handled in a very sectoral way. So if you go to in the Ministry of Mine and Energy, they are paid because of the mining, in the transportation system because of transportation. But we need to have a single approach with the territory, because there is a single territory that is the object of all these policies. So you need to have green policies of the agricultural bank, a sectoral intermodal transportation policy of land zoning, one for tourism, everything that contributes to the forest model. That includes the current forest and everything that we get out of it. One of the lessons is that in certain areas we have to do a comprehensive intervention. You have to come as a block. And then you need to reach a certain number of families. We didn't have that at the beginning. We know how many families there are. We know what each of these interventions can mean as far as money. So there you have some results that are very easily measurable. For instance, if you have an agreement with a neighborhood or a village, so we are reaching them in a comprehensive way with all the different tools, and we are monitoring that. And then we can say there are not so many leaks. Well, in our case, it's not leaks, but things that don't work in the territory. So measuring the territory, the tools, which need to be different for each region, and you need to understand the territory to be able to reach them. You need to have the people, you need to explain, there needs to be a governance work. There is the work of institution, which is important, but I'm going to stop here because I see that time is running out for me. Thank you so much, and congratulations for this tremendous work that you have done. And I hope that you can continue in the years that we have ahead. The next panelist is from Costa Rica. Hector. Costa Rica is very interesting because it's a country that had serious problems of deforestation until not long ago, and right now it has more forest than before. So it would be very nice if you can tell us what is Costa Rica recipe. Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation to participate at this event. And then I am very happy after 2 years that I can be again at an in-person event and not a virtual event. Well, Costa Rica right now can boast of a few things, but we didn't always do as well in the 60s and 70s because of its policies in the agricultural and livestock sector and the import. The rates of deforestation were really high. Well, maybe first of all, I want to explain that we are in a very small country right now, but when I'm going to talk about figures, Costa Rica is about 20 times smaller than Colombia, so just for you to take that into consideration. So these led the decision makers in society, maybe 40 years ago, at the time that I became a forest engineer, to make changes as far as public policies. And maybe the term Red Plus was coined maybe 13 or 14 years ago. Costa Rica started some Red Plus activities about 40 years ago with the creation of the national system of parks, and then also wild protected areas. And through trial and error, things evolved until the last big change, that was in 1997, when we created the National Fund for Forest Funding, the service of payment for environmental services, and especially we consolidated control systems and the system of protected areas. And right now, this has led us to different challenges. You were asking me what the program for environmental services program does. That is financed in a little part by a tax on hydrocarbons, 3.5%. it goes to FUNAFIFO so it can pay for environmental services. In a country where the biggest tool for policy, one of the main ones, is decarbonization, this means a big challenge. What's going to happen in 2030 when we want to be an economy that makes less use of hydrocarbons, and then our income is going to lower, and actually it has already happened because the crisis came 10 years ahead of time because of the pandemic. So this is a big challenge, and having heard what we have heard is, I see that it's not just a challenge for Costa Rica, but also for other countries that are talking about a carbon tax, because most of us want to decarbonize. And this applies to the forest sector and for the public sector in general, because about 30% of public income in Costa Rica, because of taxes, come from carbon taxes. And the payment for environmental services program still depends in 70 or 80% because of the hydrocarbon tax. We have other income. We have something on the use of water for projects that use water. And we also wanted through this program, because of the carbon neutral program, we wanted to sell Costa Rica units in the market for emission reduction. It's important to mention that if you want to use it as a lab, since it's a small country, we remove the paradigm that it's possible to make the GDP grow without hurting natural resources, because at the same time that we duplicated the GDP, at the same time the forest areas started growing. The problems are not solved, and it's always an evolution towards the future, and you always need to be changing. As far as RED, in which I have been working in the last few years, Costa Rica, together with Papua New Guinea, were pioneers in Montreal Climate Change Summit. We mentioned about we talked about forests that represented a 50 or 20% of the problem, and it could also represent a 15 or 20% of the solutions. So we have done an evolution over 14 or 15 years through all this history that Natalie was telling us about, all the preparation funds for RED, the fulfillment of the Warsaw Agreement, the documents to show who is the title holder of carbon, because in the end it's a gas that is in the atmosphere, CO2, but after 12 or more years, and during the pandemic, which is something that makes us feel very proud, last year we were able to find an ERPA with the Forest Fund for $60 million, committing part of the emission reduction from 2018 to 2024. There was a whole story, but I don't want to go into that. We went into the carbon fund and then left it for several times. And after all this preparation, like we say in Costa Rica, we jump on the last wagon, and we're able to put in the next to last project together with Argentina of payment for results in the Green Climate Fund, using the UNPD as the crediting organization. So we were expecting to get some fruit last year, but the story doesn't end there. Some lessons learned internally, and in regard to payment for environmental services, And in forest recovery is that it is very important to harmonize policies. We are talking about the rural landscape of our countries, at least in Costa Rica, where you have animal husbandry, you have agriculture, you have forest. And in our country, 80% of the farms have less than 20 hectares. In other words, we don't have big extensions of forest to do individual projects, for instance. So this is one issue that the different ministries, like the environmental ministry or the forest, needs to talk with the agricultural ministry to decide the agenda, because in the end we are talking about our customers. The small and medium producers is the same customer of the Ministry of the Environment, of the Ministry of Agriculture, and they are requesting our services. In the countries where there is mining, we don't have it. I imagine that you should also include that ministry. This is one of the lessons learned, this harmonization of the agro-environmental and the environmental policies. In regard to these funds and the bilateral negotiations and multilateral negotiations, I believe that we have suffered a lot as a pioneer country. Sometimes we have had to go forward and backwards, issue a document and then changing it, rules change, and I believe that we have the authority to say that the schemes of payment for results or bilateral or multilateral negotiations need to be improved. There is some room for improvement there. We need more financing. I believe that we all agree on that, not just in regards to carbon, because carbon at least had some financing. I recently had to be at events of the Born Challenge, and there is almost no financing on a global scale. So as the Ministry of Misiones said, if there is no financing, there is no conservation. Well, I don't remember very well, but I thought it was good. The other thing is that we definitely need to lower the transaction cost and review the requirements. I believe that 98% or 100% sure that no country has received payment for results of the Cooperative Fund of Forest Carbon, even though we had the ERPA. We still haven't gotten any payment for results. If that was a pilot program, it would be good that we review that pilot program and that we establish corrective measures. I also think that the same thing should be done with the DCS. Even though the payments were done and it was passed to the crediting organizations like the UNPD, we are still going through the process in order to receive those funds. And those funds in our countries are urgent. We are talking at a time when there is a pandemic, and hopefully we'll be able to talk about post-pandemic with economies that have really been hit and rural economies that have been hit even more. So it's important, we believe that it's very important to review that.
The other matter is that of price. I am going to say that for payment for environmental service in forest protection, we pay $74 per hectare per year with 10-year contracts for environmental services in forests. So how can I actually convince a producer to participate in that when the payment is $5 per ton And if I make a huge effort, I can get $13 per hectare per year. When there's a parallel program which is paying $60 or $64, or we're paying a lot in Costa Rica or around the rest of the world, there's very low payment for each ton of CO2. And the other point is that one way or another, and we will suffer this locally in Costa Rica, starting from 2024, these schemers with levels of reference, etc., punish those countries who have showed good behavior. So if you have low deforestation, then you will have very, very low levels of emissions to claim, because in our case, this is practically negative. Since 2014, Costa Rica's forests have been GHG basins, or sinks. So they actually reduce more CO2 than is being produced from degradation, deforestation. We're talking about something that nobody wants to talk about, which is conservation. And the main concern is that the new mechanisms, such as those that are being suggested and boosted by Norway, the UK, the United States, Norway, and the LEAF initiative, are basically based on the same existing schemes. So when we have to show ownership, that is an enormous cost, a lot of work to do. Where if we have to have financial intermediary organizations, nothing against them, but if we look at a results-based payment, that's okay. But when you're selling credits, it doesn't make a lot of sense. We don't see that that makes a great deal of sense when it comes to our funds. You know, having them come in and do a prior assessment and then a later assessment. So I won't take any more time, but I'd just like to once again thank you for the invitation and for your attention. Thank you very much, Hector. I think there are two important things that I would like to highlight. So I think we have to look at what happens as deforestation grows, because a lot of people fail to take this into account. And I think obviously this price issue is one that we are all thinking of. So thank you for bringing that topic to light once again. Freddie, thank you very much for joining us in this panel today. Guatemala has also had bilateral operations and has very delicate biodiversity. Could you please share with us the lessons learned, the programs that are currently in force, and what might we expect from the future in Guatemala in this sense? Thank you. Good afternoon. We are a mega diverse country, at 19th, ranked number 19 in the world. We speak 22 languages, so it also enjoys great cultural richness. In virtue of this, we estimate that around 33% of our area are protected areas. It is important to cite this figure. In Guatemala, we do have de-aggregation. So we don't only regulate forest matters, but it's also a semi-autonomous agency. So we have a board of directors and administration where we regulate forest incentives. We currently have a law called Pro Bosque or Pro Forest. Also, when it comes to protected areas, we are not subject to the Ministry of Environment, but rather a national council. There are several stakeholders involved, amongst them the Ministry of Culture and Food, the academic sector, non-government organizations. So this is a schema where there's a lot of bureaucracy, and that means that when it's time to work on a project, we have some negative impacts because we don't have proper control of resources. And so when it comes to our region, resources are very limited. And it is there where we see a process of, look, we have a special process that was approved last month, and we have to find who is responsible for the administration or management of these resources. In this case, it's the Ministry of Public Finance, and that has a legal power to now manage these resources. But getting the institutions to agree upon the course of action is complex. Nobody wants to be responsible for arriving at agreement as to these resources. We then had the formation of an interinstitutional group where we have CONAP and other institutions. There are two main elements here. We have a political and a technical aspect, and we also have a representative from the World Bank. Well, the conduit there was the Ministry of Public Finances, and that's where we manage in one way or another to take action, but this requires regulatory changes in our country all the way up to the Congress. So there's another more important or significantly important actor who enters into this landscape of powers. Last year, despite the pandemic, where we had several agreements that were later ratified by the Congress, we managed to come up Law number 5 of 2020, which has provisions for forest protection, so that when the ERPA for Guatemala would be approved, we would have an executing agency responsible for metrics and advances. On the 13th of Octubre, which is next week, Guatemala will be signing its ERPA with the World Bank officially. In fact, I received notification during lunch. This is a very significant advance. We have 3 monitoring programs that we have to present. The price that was established, which is $5, we will be able to access up to $50 million, and this is enormously helpful to reinforce everything related to forest protection. Another thing is that we have Alejandro Mate, who has established the need, which is very important to mention, to form an anti-fire office in the region. In Guatemala, we don't only have illegal logging, but also lit fires, especially in the northern area of the country. And this has, in many cases, been due to drug trafficking. Many of the fires are close to the largest forest reserves that we have in Guatemala. Just recently, the Ministry of Environment symbolically delivered a renewal of forest concessions in the Saramaya forest, and we have excellent models that have been replicated by different countries. And so this extension was issued symbolically to the Congress as a protected area. It's also important to note that in our ERPA, we establish several conservation areas. So we have a co-administered area with a non-governmental entity, which will create the opportune mechanisms needed for the attention that this forest area needs. This is a schema that we have to continue to develop. For the specific situations that our countries are in, we need to, because we have decentralized environmental management, means that it's very complex to manage these environmental projects. Whether we are working with the World Climate Fund or other funds, we need to have good interinstitutional coordination, because otherwise, many times, we fail to give continuity to these processes. In this case, because we are a new administration that took power on the 14th of January last year and had a working group already in place, we have been able to keep things going. But we can see that when other governments come into power and we have turnover of public servants, it is difficult to continue. And lastly, I would like to note that Decree 7 in 2021 establishes in Article 24 a fund called National Climate Change Fund, and that fund should be regulated 1 year after the climate change law was issued. However, that's never been completed. And so the National Climate Change Council mentioned this in its last meeting, and now this national fund has a schema with some $12 million, which can be allocated to projects to fight against deforestation and also contribute to reforestation. We, in the coming weeks, will be coming up with or issuing a reforestation strategy, and this will be added to all of our forest strategies. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you. This has been an excellent conversation. Just one last comment before we finish. The World Resource Institute says that we can still achieve this goal, and it's fantastic to hear that. Thank you very much. What an excellent panel. Congratulations. Congratulations, Alexis, and all the panelists. We will be making a very small change to our agenda to facilitate some logistics issues. Please do not yet get up for the coffee break. We will make the adjustments, and we will, before leaving, have our next panel. So let's now give a round of applause for this panel and get ready for the next panel.
Les agradecemos la paciencia.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for waiting. We are about to begin a truly important panel. We understand that we will have a milestone on this long road in this fight for carbon neutrality. And I think it's very, very exciting to see what will happen in this summit. And this will be a very important step to more transcendent occurrences. I would like to call on our delegates from the following countries: Guatemala, Ecuador, all of the representatives from the West African Alliance, Senegal, the Ivory Coast, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Nigeria, Burkina Faso. I would like to please call all of our delegates, vice ministers, Colombia, Dominican Republic. I would like to call on our ambassador and minister from the Misiones province in Argentina, and I would also like to call on our representative from International Conservation, Fabio Arjona.
Bueno, señoras y señores.
Ladies and gentlemen, many hours of work, many hours of great commitment, dedication, effort from everybody who has worked to achieve what you will see in just a moment, what you are going to hear in just a moment. I would like to invite Patricio Lombardi, Ambassador, please come and read us the text. Please share with the auditorium, and we will then move forward with the signing. Declaration for Equity in Carbon Markets, October 2021, Cartagena de Indias, Colombia. We, representatives of national and subnational governments from all regions, together here in the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit in the city of Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, on the 6th, 7th, and 8th of October of 2021. In recognition of the message from the 6th Intergovernmental Expert on Climate Change Report, IPCC, looking at the changes observed in the land's climate in all regions and in the climate system together, and seeing that many of these changes have no precedence over the last thousands of years, and for which reason we must have an urgent, large-scale response from all jurisdictions at all levels, internationally, nationally, subnationally, and locally, as well as from the private sector and society, and in recognition, additionally, that the effects of climate change have a greater impact on lower income groups and the most vulnerable groups, and at the same time that nature-based solutions and focuses on ecosystems and ecosystem services to respond to social change challenges such as climate change, as well as food security and risks of natural disasters, which contribute in great measure to the solution of mitigation adaptation, and also boost the conservation of biodiversity and social development. Reaffirming our commitment to the United Nations Framework Agreement for Climate Change and the implementation of the goals established in the Paris Accord as an indispensable step in the fight against climate change, and to increase in a progressive manner national, subnational, and collective action to contribute to the nationally determined goals, and reaffirming our commitment to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the SDGs, so that climate change actions favor economic and social development for the current and future generations, recognizing the importance and potential of carbon markets, both national, regional, and international, as useful and effective instruments to reduce GHG emissions at a lower cost, boosting innovation, facilitating clean technology transfer, promoting sustainable development, and strengthening investment opportunities as part of economic recovery in the post-COVID context in our countries, and also in recognition of the continued efforts made nationally, subnationally, and by companies to identify and establish fair prices for carbon, and in attempts to align their efforts with the Paris Accord, in recognition of the fact that aligning policies and price fixing for fair carbon prices in an environmental framework and also in compliance with SDGs could bring enormous, countless benefits, and also make various contributions to the certainty of investments, also strengthening competitiveness and creating greater liquidity in markets, as well as promoting greater administrative efficiency, analyzing the cost of GHG emissions by reducing, in consequence, externalities, and looking at the necessity to have comparable standards for the measurement, reporting on, and verification of GHG emissions, and the mitigation strategies as a necessary step to develop and facilitate international and regional markets, carbon markets, looking at national and subnational prices for carbon prices. Considering that the functioning of markets is to reach greater ambitions and also ensure environmental protection, which be converted into a call for action for many communities and positions within the negotiation of climate change, and taking into account the San Jose Principles as an instrument that directs the path to high ambitions and integrity in our international carbon markets, and in recognition of the fact that the cost of abatement is in general much higher than the price that will be paid for the purchase of tons of CO2 in our current transactions, and that this price should guarantee environmental integrity and ensure fair retribution for communities and stakeholders who participate in the development of these projects, and affirming our shared international cooperation vision when it comes to environmental integrity, equity in our carbon markets. We declare our common commitment in creating a coalition of countries and subnational governments for equity in carbon markets, with shared interests that also protect environmental integrity through the scaling up and development of carbon market development in developing countries, based on the premise that we will have high-quality supply. We commit to promoting fair carbon prices as a tool to reduce GHG emissions in a cost-effective manner and equal manner for all countries and sectors involved. We commit to promoting international transactions as a mechanism to help to reduce the cost of mitigation, adaptation, and to scale up the sustainability benefits in developing countries in order to increase the reduction of GHG gases. We will boost innovation, facilitate clean technology transfer, and also comply with national goals in origin countries. We will foster carbon market benefits to be shared in an equitable manner amongst communities and promoters of emission reducers in developing countries, and also avoid double accounting. We will work on post-COVID economic recuperation to implement innovative financing schemes that will foster, economic development, innovation, and value creation, creating jobs, combating climate change, and the sustainable use of biodiversity. We will protect environmental integrity and promote our ambitions in order to guarantee the existence of a fair carbon market that makes contributions in limiting temperature increase to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century. We will strengthen the measurement, reporting, and verification systems for GHG gases, and also commit to reducing emissions in accordance with international provisions from IMIB and also the United Nations Council on Climate Change as the necessary foundation for the coordination of carbon markets. We will foster the use of common high-quality rules to guarantee the environmental integrity of international mechanisms for carbon pricing and fair spreading or sharing of benefits. We will also foster international and regional cooperation and collaboration. We will make an effort to share lessons learned and improve technical capacity in the public and private sectors when it comes to carbon markets. We will strengthen and ensure that carbon market development is in compliance with international financial cooperation and market cooperation. This is a voluntary coalition, and it is open to participation from representatives in the public and private sectors. Any stakeholders whose interests are reflected in this initiative can join. Colombia, the Dominican Republic will sign this declaration, as will Guatemala, Ecuador, Senegal, the Ivory Coast, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Gambia, Burkina Faso, the province of Misiones in Argentina, as well as Conservation International Colombia. We would also like to invite our national and sub-national representatives, international organizations, members of civil society, the private sector, the academic sector, think tanks, and development actors, as well as other stakeholders who are committed to these aims, to join this declaration for equity in carbon markets. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that today is a true day in history. It will go down in history books.
Eso así,
Very good, bravo. That's what this declaration deserves, this wonderful declaration. So now our Minister Nicolás Galarza, please go ahead. Well, this morning we were saying that today we were at a historic point, and after reading this text by our Minister Patricio, our dear Minister Patricio, we are starting to see the magnitude of this achievement of what you are doing here in Cartagena, Colombia, in this first climate summit with the help of all the signatories and everyone that is a witness of this historic moment. The title already says everything. I had already talked this morning about this achievement, but I'm just going to point four points. Number one, the title, fair price. While we had the pandemic, at the critical point of the pandemic last year, the priority of every government, of all the organizations, both national, subnationals, was one, economic reactivation. But the economic reactivation was established as an opportunity to be able to have a green reactivation. And this principle, this declaration that we issue now to the world in a South-South cooperation as a group of countries is proof that green reactivation is possible. But we need to go much further than that, because this is not just about recovery without sustainability, sacrificing natural resources of the countries. No. This reactivation, this declaration suggests the possibility that through market mechanisms we can promote a fair economy, an economy that will allow and make possible a transition in economy with the protection of our forests, of our protected areas. And I believe that what we are seeing now is the birth of a different way of doing things. And we are doing that making a reference to some of the talks that we had this morning, recognizing that we have here and that we are contributing to the world much more than what other regions have contributed to us. I said that at the end of my speech, and I said that this is a great opportunity, and that what we are doing here now, what we are giving to the world, suggests a comprehensive model focused on climate comprehension through an equitable distribution. And as Minister Francisco said, this is a historic moment. We're making history. This is a testament to it, is proof of it. And so I like to join this celebration, and I'm persuaded that, and I believe that we will celebrate it in this way. Today, we declare this in front of the world, different countries and subnational organizations and national organizations, and we're planting a seed. And as I said this morning, this is less than 30 days to go until the COP in Glasgow. And you see how fast this tree is going to grow and the effect that this is going to have in COP26, generating a new model and a new way of doing things with integrity, with fairness, with fair prices, and promoting, again, climate integrity. Thank you. To close this segment, we would like to invite Fabio Arjona, FIDI of Conservation International, and he will address the audience. Thank you so much, Juan, and to all that are contributing to this initiative. Last century, as one of the veterans that went to the Kyoto summit, as a mission of the government at that time, we had big hopes that the market mechanism could solve a great deal of the global warming problems. That was a hope that was partially frustrated because of everything that happened afterwards. The U.S. didn't ratify the agreement. Russia and China, there was a lot of uncertainty regarding that, and so we didn't really have a fair market. And at that time, nobody talked about we needed to have nature-based solutions. Everything that people talked about was about efficiencies or energy substitution. Now we are at a different time. We have a serious problem, not just about climate change, but also about the need to join this with biodiversity. It should almost be one single event. They have gone through parallel roads, and they have met a few times, but I believe that the time has come. This declaration in such a simple topic as just bringing carbon prices to abatement prices, bringing them closer to the abatement prices in the European market, it's something very simple. And this joined to some criteria, to the best criteria, in order to have a project that will really support conservation, that will support the communities, that will support forest dwellers, so that they can live from those resources. This is what is required so that we can have this piece of the cake, so that we can reduce the problem based on the mitigation in forests and other ecosystems. The only thing I can express is the satisfaction that I feel for being part of this initiative, for pushing for it. You can be sure that we'll continue fighting together with all our partners so that we can have a critical mass that will bring us to a position so that we can have a real negotiation in the next COP and in the future as far as the market. Thank you very much. Very well. So I'd like to invite you now so that we can have a big round of applause because of this gigantic achievement, this big step that we are taking here in Cartagena de Indias. So with this, we end this segment, and now we only have to remember this time we just need a photo. They tell me that they are ready to take the picture. The photographic production.
Congratulations. Thank you very much for your support.
Muy bien. Proceder.
Okay, so let's continue with the next panel, our closing panel for today. Regarding private sector initiatives, I would like to invite the moderator, the panel moderator, who will be Silvia Calderon, with a big background in this field and in this fight since the IDB, since the National Planning Department, where she directed the environmental area with USAID projects. Thank you, Silvia, for being here. The floor is yours. Well, thank you, Juan, for this introduction, for this presentation. I would like to thank all of you for being here with us. We know that this is the last panel for today, but it's a very interesting panel, and I'm sure many of you are here to listen to us as is regarding voluntary carbon markets and the leadership of the private sector. And so let's start with a brief introduction, talking about why we want to highlight the state of voluntary carbon markets. The last reports bring us good news. According to the 2020 report, Ecosystem Marketplace, we see that the volume of transactions in voluntary carbon markets globally was greater in 2020 than in 2019, in spite of the pandemic. And even in 2020, we reached a volume that was higher than the peak that had only been seen a decade before. So after 2010, we saw an increase in the volumes that were traded. And in the 2021 report, we see that this trend continues. In spite of the pandemic and the fall of the demand in sectors like tourism and aviation, corporate pledges offset this fall in demand, this drop in demand, and actually they surpassed it, and the volume reached important levels. We also see in those reports that the offsets of the renewable energy sector and in the agriculture and forestry sectors concentrate most of the interest in the voluntary offset markets. And the other important thing is that this last sector usually has higher prices than other sectors, which shows that the market values them more. There is a premium because of the co-benefits that the agricultural and land use, the REDMAS projects present, those projects that we have been talking about today and during the rest of the summit. So now we see the importance of global voluntary markets. We have discussed the importance of the Colombia market, its projection, what it can teach other countries. But the main question is what's the role of these offsets and of the voluntary market in the face of an imperative, which is to start seeing net reductions in the emissions that are being produced globally. If we don't see these net reductions, it's going to be very hard to meet the Paris goal to have net zero emissions by 2050. So what's the role of these markets, of the voluntary market on a regional, local, and global level? And among the topics that we will discuss, and I'm going to introduce our panelists, is how can we make sure that companies, and many of them are present here, how can they see the offsets as a complementary strategy to complement the efforts that they need to make to reduce their emissions? That's a question that each one needs to ask. Number two is how can we make sure that supply and demand of offset in Colombia on a regional and on a global level will be of high integrity. This is key. It's key to have a robust market to give the right signals so that investors will feel this signal of trust. And there is other topics like principles, standardization, and governance. One of our panelists will talk more about that. It is also important to make sure that transactions are more transparent as time goes on, that we will have transparent platforms that will give us information on prices, data on the market, and that they will promote equity. And finally, how can we make sure that voluntary markets will increase transactions without becoming more complex? And finally, what's the future or voluntary carbon markets once negotiations end regarding Article 6 of the Paris Agreement? That's why we have a good, high-quality panel. We're going to see examples in different countries like Peru and Brazil. And we also have a guest from the cement industry so they can tell us the vision from the economic sector. So we have a very high-quality, high-level panel, and this is a panel that promotes gender equality, like in all the other panels at this event. So we have with us Katie Sullivan. Hello, Katie. How are you doing? We can see you on the screen. Hello. Katie is the General Director for the Americas of AITA. She directs the efforts to generate market solutions for climate change. She's part of the committee of the World Bank regarding these initiatives. And so thank you, Katie, for being with us from Canada. We were going to have Miguel Naranjo, but sad to say he had an inconvenience at the last minute and he won't be able to be here with us. But he would like to greet you all. And we also have here with us, physically with us, Jaime Albarte. He is the founder and executive director for the Association for Research and Comprehensive Development. AIDER, he is a forestal engineer. He is the director of the Peruvian Committee of the Association for Nature Conservation, and he's part of different committees and board of directors of leading organizations in the forestry sector in Peru. We also have here with us Julie Messias. Julie is Director of Ecosystems at the Directorate of the Ministry of the Environment in Brazil. Well, she monitors conservation and sustainable use of environments in that country, also the REDMA strategy. She is the co-author of the Floresta program, and particular Floresta Carbono. She is going to have a presentation about that. And before that, she was the coordinator of forest planted in the Rondonia state, where she led many projects of forest carbon and conservation. Thank you, Julie, for being with us. And finally, virtually, we can see her on our screen. Hello, Maria Jose Garcia. She's the executive director of the Inter-American Cement Federation since 2008. This is an organization that represents companies and institutions that have to do with cement in Latin America, the Caribbean, Spain, and Portugal. She has a big background of president of different financial entities in Colombia, and she's also a member of different boards of directors. So I want to thank all the panelists, and we're going to get started with Katie. Katie Sullivan. She has joined the event from Canada. Thank you, Canada. Katie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. And I should also say congratulations to the signatories on the new Declaration on Carbon Markets and Equality. I think that's a really important collaborative milestone. So again, thank you, Sylvia. Special thanks to our amazing co-organizers, USAID, ASO Pro Bono, and the remarkable support from Alcott, Alexi and team, and Biofix, Santa Maria and team. It's been such a pleasure working with you on behalf of all of AIDA on this great summit. I'm so sorry that I can't be in beautiful Cartagena with you, but I am with you in spirit from Canada, chilly, cold Canada. Thankfully, my dear colleague, Carlos Cordova, is with many of you in Colombia right now, so please track him down over the coming days. So before I get to my slides, I just want to emphasize the challenge that looking at the UN synthesis report that was published only a few weeks ago in the new NDCs, we're on the road to global greenhouse gas emissions being 16% above 2010 levels by 2030. And that's if all the NDCs, the original and the updated, are even achieved. This is really bad news. It is, if we really have a shot at limiting temperature rise to well below the 2 degrees Celsius, by mid-century, we need to slash emissions to at least 25% below 2010 levels by 2030. So the moral of the story is that we have some serious climate ambition and investment gaps that need to be filled, and we're on a hyper-accelerated timescale. A lot of work will have to be done, especially over the next 10 years. This is really an all-hands-on-deck moment in time. We need to quickly scale action and investment in emission reductions, emission removals, and avoidance. And this means we need to deliver the right price signals and incentives to the right communities and business. So the voluntary carbon market, the VCM, is poised to play a critical role in filling these gaps and driving this ambition. So if you look at this chart, it's from a new report by Natural Climate Partners, NCP. It's called Reality Check, the report, and they do this annually. And they look at corporate targets and timetables across the Fortune Global 500 companies. So what this report found, and this is a snapshot of some of the story in this report, that nearly 40% of the world's largest companies have set targets by 2030. There's been a threefold increase in net zero targets, a 50% increase in the number of companies that have either achieved carbon neutrality or are targeting carbon neutrality by 2030. So we are seeing major growth and demand for voluntary markets, and a lot of that demand is seeking high integrity offset credits. This actually, Sylvia made it easy, referenced the Ecosystem Marketplace report that was also published only a couple of weeks ago. And in this report, you have a chart in front of you that reviews the market size by traded value of the voluntary offsets through 2021. The data that they had for this report only got to mid-2021, and we had already reached around $750 million US. And we are on track in 2021 to break the record and reach $1 billion by the end of this year. And this is like traded value in the voluntary carbon offset. So there's something very different in the air, and this trajectory is not expected to go down anytime soon. That demand is expected to rise. The issue is that, especially if you've been involved in carbon markets, even more recently, these are still small numbers, right? It's big, $1 billion, right, compared to previous years. But when you look at compliance markets, carbon compliance markets that you discussed earlier today, you're looking at hundreds of billions of dollars in that market. So it's still relatively small. And this is where you had a number of analysts, including McKinsey, that have looked at, well, what is the potential to scale offset credits and offsets issued through the next decade? And what would that look like if we want to get on a trajectory or a pathway to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius by mid-century? And this analysis shows that we are looking at a scaling of the voluntary market, or issued offsets, so gigatons, billion tons of carbon dioxide, to 2 to 23 gigatons by 2030. So these are not small numbers. I've even seen analyses that are higher than this amount through 2030, and then certainly even more through 2050. The issue, the problem, the concern, but also the driver and the inspiration for a lot of us is that there are mobilization challenges. To get to these higher amounts, the potential of credits out there that we could use, there are a lot of mobilization challenges that are facing us right now. So how to scale the global voluntary carbon market to reach these levels, unlock that potential, unlock that participation and investment, and ensure high integrity. And this is just a high-level checklist that has been driving a number of initiatives, which I'll talk about in a moment. So it's about creating shared and common principles, global benchmark of credit quality, common language, these rules to the game, these principles that we can guide the market and the engagement in the market. So then it's about developing reference contracts that can be underpinned by these principles with standardized terms to help the scaling, to help liquidity, to help participation, to drive confidence. It's also about creating flexible trading and post-trading infrastructure. Examples of post-trading infrastructure would be clearinghouses or meta registry. Creating clear guidance and principles on the proper use of these credits, and establishing, creating new mechanisms to safeguard market integrity. And as Sylvia had pointed out, being able to transmit clear and strong demand signals, so through buyer guides and stronger, clear commitments by businesses, through collaboratives, that is what will give suppliers and project developers the certainty and confidence to actually invest and generate that supply that's required. So this is what propelled a group. It was largely driven at first by Mark Carney, who is the private finance lead to the COP26 presidency. And you had the Task Force on Scaling the Voluntary Carbon Market launched in 2020, September 2020. And there's been a lot of work that's been done since the launch of this initiative. The mission is to drive, we'll have a private sector driven initiative working to scale effective and efficient voluntary carbon markets to help meet the Paris goals. So since September, there have been over 450 individuals across NGOs and businesses and academia, all sorts of market experts, technical experts, and that captures around 250 organizations globally. They did a lot of work heading into July of this year, when you actually had a roadmap and the governance body structure that was announced. So this is the governance body that was actually officially announced with faces and names only a couple of weeks ago during New York Climate Week. And this governance body will assume the leadership of the task force, the mission to bring greater quality integrity to the voluntary carbon market. You have a board of directors, a senior advisory council, founding sponsors, an expert panel. So there's a lot of individuals and experts involved. There's also an executive secretariat, and AIDA is one of 4 organizations that are involved in this executive secretariat, along with C2ES, the British Standard Institute, and the Green Finance Institute. And a first priority for this governance body will be reviewing and finalizing core carbon principles. Remember these kind of preliminary, the initial common language and principles that will underpin a lot of future activity for the group. So this will set a threshold of standards that will set a global benchmark of carbon credit quality. So the TSVCM's work, it'll hopefully ensure that voluntary carbon markets have the strict standards, quality assurance necessary to achieve the reductions, but also the transparency and liquidity that's needed to scale. Now, a new sister organization, they're very closely coordinated with the TSVCM, is the new Voluntary Carbon Market Initiative, so VCMI-I. So this is a new global platform It's multi-sector, and it was launched in summer, just this past summer. It aims to help ensure BCM makes a significant, measurable, and positive contribution to the transition to a 1.5-degree world while promoting inclusive, sustainable development goals, the SDGs. There are two main priorities for the BCMI. One is promotion of demand-side integrity. The other is to promote supply-side integrity and access. And before I wrap, I'll just provide a bit more color about just on the supply side of BCMI and access strategies. This is really driving, allowing for countries and governments to get support to maximize investments in high integrity and quality BCM activities. Also to develop BCM engagement aligned with national climate strategies and NDC goals. Also around tailor-made approaches to different countries with different starting points and needs and priorities. So you have UNDP and Climate Focus are leading the whole charge around access strategies through BCMI on the supply side. And they are working hard right now. They're officially launched. And it's my pleasure to call out Juan Pablo Castro. He's actually with all of you, unlike me, in Cartagena right now. And Juan Pablo is the lead for Climate Focus, LATAM lead. And if you want to learn more about the access strategies and delivery and just the opportunities with BCMI, I really encourage you to track them down. And I think with that, I'll wrap it. I hope that was an okay and crisp overview of some of the action that's occurring in the voluntary carbon market. A lot is happening right now. It's an exciting time. And I would just encourage everybody to watch this space and try to engage across TSBCM, BCMI, and all these other initiatives. And I'll hand it back now to Sylvia. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Katie. Excelente presentación.
Thank you very much, Katie. What an excellent presentation. Just quickly, we think that Katie's presentation shows us this global panorama, global trends in terms of where global markets are headed. We have a lot to learn for our Colombian carbon market, which is being strengthened and is increasingly dynamic. And that's why we celebrate this partnership that Asocarbono has with IETA. We think there are great opportunities for Colombian companies and in general the sector to learn where we are headed and how we can adapt these best practices for initiatives in voluntary carbon markets or specifically from TSVCM. Thank you, Katie. I will now hand over to Miguel so that he can present for us on the Peruvian case. Hello, thank you. Great. A good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for this very kind invitation. I would like to tell you a little bit about some experience that we have in forest carbon. I am Jaime Nalvarte. I work at AIDER, AIDER, a Peruvian NGO. We will celebrate 35 years as an institution. I am a co-founder of AIDER. I was very young when we started this organization, but we're getting somewhere. So as a vision, we had this initiative in mind, thinking that natural resources must serve to improve the quality of life of people who live in forests and improve the quality of life of people who live in protected areas for conservation. Our focus is on forest management and biodiversity conservation. Forest carbon is a complement, and it is a great example of successful experiences. And so, while we are not creative, nor are we innovative, we are still innovating in the sense that we are moving forward. And that is why we rely on less and less international cooperation, and we are focused instead on loans from investment funds or companies, and we work on forest carbon, as I'll show you in just a moment. Part of the work that we do, as I've already signaled, well, in 2008, we got involved in an MDL project for our dry forest. And so we worked with a German organization, but we didn't have a great deal of knowledge as to how forest carbon worked, voluntary contributions, etc., etc. But we participated in this fair, and I was able to learn that this was a matter that would be of great importance. So as director of AIDER, I decided to have 3 professionals become trained in forest carbon. We now have 34 specialized professionals working in our organization who are specialized in this area. I must insist that the point is to conserve biodiversity and manage forests. Here we have forest carbon projects in Peru. We have 13 validated, verified, registered initiatives. 5 are managed by us as AIDER, as you can see here on the screen. These 5 initiatives are based on forest management in communal areas with indigenous populations. We started in the year 2000, so 20 years ago, and we have voluntary FSC standards to date. So if there's a forest management program with certified standards from the FCC, and then we can have a mature forest carbon project. And so we have managed to do that and have these projects with 7 different communities. So these are all verified and registered projects. And we've already had commercial transactions carried out in which we approach the community to deliver the money that they are due in an act of transparency in accordance with the governance of each project. Because in Peru, our native communities, let's say, are the owners of forest carbon. There are other initiatives that we also have in protected areas. We co-manage our natural resources in Tambopata National Reserve in the Madre de Dios region. And we started working there in 2008. And the idea was for us to manage that contract. We carried out the carbon studies in this protected area. We then traded that carbon. And with the economic income, we were able to pay our biological monitoring costs and our research costs, avoiding deforestation and also preventing the advance of illegal mining in Madre de Dios, and also preventing drug trafficking, illicit crops, illegal logging, etc., and also preventing illegal mining. So we have other projects looking at nature-based solutions, and these projects have enabled us even during the pandemic. For example, for the native community, Infierno community, has also carried out commercial transactions, I think exactly 3 weeks ago, and just received $500,000. This is a community that previously dedicated itself to tourism. Due to the pandemic, they could no longer carry out touristic activities, and so they've received this economic income, which has enabled them to move forward and advance, thanks to carbon, to forest carbon, because they protect biodiversity. And based on this successful experience, we have also been able to carry out projects in regional conservation areas, because in the Peruvian state, we have these regional areas. What I wanted to make clear to you is that the concept is not only carbon for carbon, it's about biodiversity, preservation, and forest management. We have also spoken with friends in international conservation. We have the Alto Mayo forest, and we work with the Friends of the Amazon. And we have degraded areas, and they've done some forestry planting in the Ucayali area. And now we are harvesting wood. So that was the first project carried out when it came to forest plantations. So these are our red experiences, peasant communities, and in protected areas. And this is the financing scheme. We are really formulators and project developers, and we are also learning to be carbon traders. It's been a difficult experience, but we have learned to carry out fairer and more equitable commercial transactions. As project formulators, we attract private investment with financial resources through loans, and then with that money, as I mentioned, we can avoid or prevent deforestation, work with, or whether this be amongst peasant communities or indigenous communities, or if it's just about conserving biodiversity in protected areas, but working with the local population, which is in the buffering area. The experience that we had in the Madre de Dios area last year, well, we managed to export 800,000 tons of cacao. And this is a carbon neutral activity, and we can now use the income from that to finance other forest activities. I'd also like to comment that the experience that we have of working in partnership has also enabled us to work with USAID in Peru, donating us millions of dollars, and also receiving resources, a loan of $3.5 million from the Climate Fund. So this is a $7 million project in total, and we will be paying off the loan soon. Now, we have other red projects here. We have worked with national buyers as well as some international buyers. Before closing, I would like to comment and let you know that we have just carried out a commercial transaction with Total to work in the northeastern Biofre area with a 20-year contract, and it is a $35 million contract. Based on the success case that we have in Madre de Dios, we are replicating that whole experience and replicating this experience in our dry forest. So Peru is very attractive when it comes to scaling up these models, because amongst native communities, we have 14 million hectares under their management. So we are working in 2,000 to 3,000 hectares. So look at all of the enormous potential with our lessons learned. In protected areas, we have 20 million hectares where we can scale up the Tambopata experience. And in forest concessions and in peasant communities, we have other work to be done. Let me close my presentation with showing you the RED Plus impacts that we've generated at AIDER. Companies have to make money because that's the mission statement or the mission of a company. Ours is to manage forests. But companies have to learn how to conduct inclusive and sustainable business. And they can make money, but while being equitable. In order to do this, you must have trust, transparency, participation, political will. Because Peru is waiting for you, investors and project developers. We would be more than happy to share our success case from the last 12 years when it comes to the management of forest carbon, because we manage forests and we protect biodiversity in Peru. Thank you very much, Jaime. Very interesting to hear about Peru's case and compare this with Colombia's case one way or another. Perhaps later on, Jaime, we could talk a little more about your financial models and the partnership that you have been managing with the private sector. To continue, I would now like to hand over to Julie, who will also be talking to us about the Floresta program in Brazil. Good afternoon. I apologize for my Spanish. I will try to speak in Portuñol.
If we're going to talk about forests and carbon, I need to talk about the program of the federal government, which is of payment for environmental services. Forest plus carbon. So the concept of payment for results in Brazil is that environmental services are performed by people like family groups, farmers, communities, and environmental services are like surveillance systems, protection systems, recovery, native vegetations that generate ecosystem benefits as far as water, carbon, biodiversity conservation, soil protection, and others. So we want to promote and encourage the market so that it will recognize the payment for results for environmental services through these mechanisms and these programs. So we want to encourage that the payment will be done, payment for results in all the different biomes in Pampa and the Mata Branca of Brazil. Well, the concept of this program is that this is an initiative of the Environment Ministry to promote and consolidate a market of environmental services, which will lead to the improvement, conservation, and restoration of native vegetation. If we add all the different biomes, is about 560 million hectares of native vegetation. And the different actions in order to have a legal environment to be able to do payment for results, at the Ministry of the Environment in Brazil, we have created the Amazon Secretariat and environmental services for the implementation of this program. They have also created a national program of payment for environmental services with the recognition. They have recognized the voluntary carbon market through the National Commission of the Red Plus Commission in Brazil. We also have a formalization. It's possible to get an invoice for environmental services performed. We have a mechanism, the KINAI, where it's possible to have this activity and get an invoice for the environmental services delivered. We also have a national policy of environmental services. So for this to work well, it's necessary to have an entrepreneurship environment, that we will have new entrepreneurs that will want to start businesses geared toward payment for environmental services. Going more directly into the voluntary carbon market, the forest market, we approved a resolution that recognizes this carbon market, this voluntary market in Brazil, with the National Red Plus Commission, and the purpose of the voluntary forest carbon market is to contribute to the mitigation of climate change through the elimination of illegal deforestation, the conservation and reforestation of forest ecosystems, the development of a sustainable forest economy, a low-impact economy, generation economic, social, and environmental benefits. So we are focused on avoiding deforestation, which is one of the main environmental attributes of tropical forests, is the carbon that is stored in them. The projects in places where there is a high pressure of illegal deforestation generate a great volume of carbon credits. But what we market in Brazil is the services of environmental protection, monitoring, surveillance, wildfire extinction, and recovery that result in the capture and storage of carbon in projects in a 30-year period, thus assuring long-term long-term permanence throughout time. So this is how we do the Floresta plus carbon. The first thing that we do is the recognition, how through the resolution the voluntary market is being recognized. Number two is the registry through a platform that has some criteria for these projects that have been registered in this platform called Floresta Plus. Number three is the regulation through the future consolidation of the regulation of international regulated markets based on the criteria of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Going more into the different step, Floresta Plus needs to follow recognized methodologies with a high level of demand in relation with the core benefits. So we're going to consider certification recognized worldwide, so we can have some baselines, and then also core benefits like the monitoring of the biodiversity, social, economic, and environmental development, job creation, and sustainable management, and some safeguards, social and environmental safeguards. Transparency about safeguards. So the government wants to have a framework, a legal framework, to promote the voluntary carbon market, which we call the forest carbon, and reaffirming its commitment towards sustainable development and the conservation of these forests. We want to be as a model as far as voluntary carbon market in the program Floresta plus Carbono. Thank you so much, Julie. We're going to continue making progress with the presentation of Maria Jose at FISEM, so we will have a few minutes for questions so that we can have a conversation based on the presentations that we have seen. Maria Jose, are you there? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you fine, and in a few seconds we'll be able to see your presentation. Or you don't have a presentation? Well, thank you so much for your invitation, Silvia. Congratulations, as always, for this summit, and in particular for this agreement that is being signed today. I believe that this is very important for the region, considering that Latin America doesn't have a unique Congress which makes any action much harder. So congratulations to all of you. FISEM is a professional organization of cement producers in Latin America, from Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean, South America, Spain, and Portugal. Is 26 countries, 77 cement companies, almost 200 million tons a year of production, 220 production plants. So you can have an idea of what it means to have the commitment of a sector like this one towards carbon neutrality. This is not something new. We have been working for over 10 years on that, and I would like to touch on some events that confirm what I'm talking about. The first report from the IPCC is from 1990, where they started talking about the impact of climate change and the concern regarding the effects that it could have in our life, in the present and in the future. In the year 2000, the cement industry was already building together with a platform that allowed them to recover or have all the data regarding CO2 emissions and energy efficiency. In this platform, we have all the data from the cement industry worldwide. It's crucial to be able to have a clear idea, to know that there is something that is measured, that is verified. so that we can talk about carbon neutrality. Afterwards, in 2007, the IPCC issued the report that would say how each sector should behave, and it established some standards. At that time, in 2007, the cement industry came up with its first sectoral roadmap where they committed to sustainability, and additionally, they started talking about the enlarging about the CO2 emissions. The next event happened in 2014, where there was a report from the IPCC talking about mitigation, where they didn't want that to go over 2 degrees centigrade, and the importance of adaptation, to work both in mitigation and adaptation. The response of the cement industry in 2015 was that FICE, in particular in Latin America, started developing the roadmap for a mitigation of CO2 emissions, and at that time they have established 10 roadmaps that represent the whole of the cement production. And what this means is that they don't just have a mission or an aspiration, they have a real commitment. By having the roadmap with an action plan and with goals, and I'm going to show that to you. And in 2021, we had the report from the IPCC where they were talking about carbon neutrality. In the first week of September, that was presented to the Inter-American Cement Association, to all the members, the 26 countries, all the cement producers, the goal for 2050, and in October 12, at a very important event, the Global Cement Association, which is the global association that joins all the cementing companies worldwide, is launching publicly the roadmap to achieve this carbon neutrality by 2050. So it's very interesting to see how an industrial sector, such a complex sector, can commit and can build a roadmap to make sure that these meet with this commitment. I invite you to check that. I'll send you the link so that you can know it more in detail. When I was telling you about the commitment of the cement industry worldwide, I mentioned this because FICEM already has 90% of the production. It has already a calculator where we have all the data of what are the emissions, and this has allowed us to determine what can be the effectiveness of these actions throughout time. The Similami is a European bureau that also has 26 countries, and they also have a roadmap to achieve this carbon neutrality. And in the Green Deal, they are working on the Green Deal. In Brazil, they have done the same thing, and in Sweden, in Spain, in Egypt, in India, in the UK. So this gives you an idea that this is a global commitment by the cement industry. We have been pioneers and we have been visionaries in regards to this topic. Lastly, I would like to mention what are the actions that we have suggested to achieve this carbon neutrality in 2050. Number one, we have to accelerate the emission reduction, CO2 emission reduction. So right now, we have a 10% rate, and we need to reach a 44%. This means a tremendous effort that needs the necessary, the proper regulatory framework. But if I tell you that in Latin America, we have 42,000 tons of waste every day, and projections say that urban waste is going to be 670,000 tons every day. This isn't just an environmental impact. In Latin America, this produces death, produces very serious health problems, aside from the methane that is produced. So if the governments, together with the cement industry, can find the right path through regulation, we'll be able to solve not just a social problem, a health problem, but also an environmental problem. And it will lead to CO2 emission reduction by the cement industry. The main goal is the waste management, both as a raw material and as an alternative fuel. If we could consider as an offset the contribution to CO2, the CO2 reduction emission reduction contribution, that would be a great support. Like an example, even though in Latin America it's only 10%, in Europe, because of the proper regulation, the average is at 40%, but there are specific cases in Austria and Poland where there are cement industries that only operate in fuels with residues. So these are good legislation. The clinker factor, we are at 68%. We need to reduce that to 52%. This is less clinker in cement. For that, we also need a proper regulation. And finally, we have the energy efficiency and capture and use of CO2. We are doing pilots in Europe. We are also looking at hydrogen. We have an alliance, a partnership with IDP, and we are working on a paper to see how we could use green hydrogen as fuel. So we are making lots of positive progress. We need certainly to do research and papers on circular economy, new cements. For sure, we need a proper regulatory framework and new technologies. But recently, just as to close, the IPCC recognized that cement has a recarbonatization. So through the lifetime of a building, it captures CO2. There have been very important research regarding this. So we are still working on resilience and durability and thermal efficiency. And I would like to close by saying that we have a very serious commitment by the cement industry globally that started over 10 years ago. We have done deep and serious work. We have MRD systems already built globally. This will really facilitate the work that you're doing, because this is an experience that is already there. Thank you so much, Maria Jose. We are almost this panel, closing the day, but we still have a few minutes left, and I would like to use these minutes, and Kate is still with us, and I would like the panelists maybe to answer in Telegram form, because the idea is that we can go through all three, and maybe also Maria Jose. I believe that we had a very interesting panel, the global vision presented by Katie. Then we saw two countries that really moving their voluntary carbon markets. And then we close with a vision of the cement industry on how to achieve reductions and the role of carbon markets. Katie, there is a question that I believe that everyone is asking, which is that there is only 1 month left to find the answer, but we would like to hear from you. What is the future of voluntary carbon markets once we end negotiations on Article 6? And how much of that we will be able to see in COP26 in 2 or 3 minutes? We would like to know what you envision for the COP at Glasgow.
An easy question that I can answer quickly. So, I mean, first of all, I want to emphasize the growth that we've seen that I spoke to in my presentation. Once we get through, sorry, I have an echo here. I'm sorry, I have an echo. So we are not simply going to see an end to the voluntary carbon market activity and the net zero activity that has been showcased once COP26 ends in Glasgow. However, having an Article 6 in coming out, a good Article 6 coming out of the Glasgow negotiations will be a really important signal to the business community that they can feel at least confident in some aspects of the entire international carbon market regime, confident that they can move forward with their investments and activity and not have certain risks presented down the line. I think it's important that we talk Article 6 for a moment. I know you have a panel tomorrow talking about Article 6 solely, and we are all hoping and fingers crossed that we will have success on the Article 6 rulebook at Glasgow. But to be clear, without getting an Article 6 rulebook, business and countries will continue to be serious about using carbon markets. It won't stop Article 6 pilots from happening, international market cooperation in the real world. Countries will move forward with their own strong rules for high integrity international emissions trading. It'll pave the way for more clubs and bilateral cooperation and independent standards. And the San Jose Principles is a good example of a carbon club in countries that are backing certain principles and benchmarks to ensure countries are not, well, sidelined from certain elements of the negotiations. But the biggest missed opportunity probably, if we don't get an Article 6 coming out of Glasgow, it will be, there's the mechanism through 6.4, and that is going to be the top-down UNFCCC administered mechanism that will require a set of language, adopted rule book. So that could suffer a missed opportunity for countries looking to use the 6.4 mechanism, and also some businesses that potentially want to invest in certain projects through that 6.4 mechanism. So it's my final point, and I'm sorry that I'm hearing feedback from the interpreter right now, but I just want to make it clear that what we're seeing in the growth of these business commitments to markets and net zero, that will continue to increase. That is not going to subside. It's about making sure that they have the confidence that there's going to be the integrity in those markets, and their investments will result in actual real reductions with proper accounting and co-benefits. I'll leave it at that, Sylvia. Thank you.
Te escuchamos bien, Katie. Muchas gracias. Muy buenas conclusiones.
We heard you fine, Sylvia. The carbon market is not going to end after Article 6. Clear rules. This is what we are expecting.
We would like to give an opportunity to Jaime and quickly Julie to respond. Can you please tell us a little more, Jaime, about the financial mechanism that you use to structure your Red Más or Red Plus projects for your NGO when it comes to putting the pieces of the puzzle together? And Julie, if you could very quickly respond to the following question. This is interesting. How do the private sector resources and public sector resources align in Floresta? How do you ensure that there is coordination of public and private resources, and how can these be reinvested for the benefit of local communities? I know these are difficult questions. I know it's a difficult request, but if you could please respond in just 1 to 2 minutes, that would be fantastic. Okay, let me tell you in just 90 seconds about our experience from the last 20 years. But to be very specific, when it comes to forest management, we are project developers. You have to seek out partnerships, and you have to look for public-private partnerships. But there also has to be very clear political will at the national level. And in Peru, despite the fact we've had different government administrations, we have had that political will, and that's enabled us to continue. But you also have to enable equality when it comes to the benefits of these projects. So we have worked with international cooperation for 20 years, and that's what we are putting on the table for our investors who are entering, companies that are entering Peru, because we also have a lot of discord. What happens if we work with company X, Y, Z if they have always polluted? No? But do we want them to continue polluting, or do we want them to invest in positive action for the common good? And so this is the challenge, and that's what we are trying to do from UICN. We are trying to incorporate the private sector in this governance. It's not easy. It's no simple task, but we believe that it will work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jaime. Okay, so it's a simple answer. It's forest plus carbon. We have to have political signaling, and you have to have proper regulations, as we do in Brazil, to incentivize the private sector. The government has to look at how to bring together the necessary resources. Clearly, this is a challenge. Now, Brazil has implemented the Floresta Más program and Floresta Más Amazonas using RED plus resources. So in Brazil, we have a counterpart and a more direct connection. When it comes to the voluntary market, we seek to provide a legal environment with all the necessary criteria, mainly criteria that are related to environmental safeguarding. And so we call on the private sector to be part of the voluntary carbon market. And we recognize environmental services that are offered by people who actually live within these floresta areas. There's a question that I think is very much on all of our minds. When we have tropical forests, we have some terrible impacts from humankind, and this is what we must overcome. Fantastic. Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you to our attendees for listening. A round of applause for everybody. And now let me please hand back to our host, Juan Lozano, so that he can give us some instructions for the closing of today's event. Thank you very much, Silvia, for your excellent moderation. Thank you to our panelists. I think that we can wrap up an extraordinary day. Every single panel, every single panelist have left us great inspiration, knowledge, motivation. And I think you will all agree with me that we are closing today with a great feeling of joy, because this path that sometimes seems so uncertain, in fact, does make sense, that it is worth walking down this path, and that together we can build some better scenarios and we can advance when it comes to carbon neutrality. And so we are very grateful to everybody for your participation today, and we are looking at the agenda. There is one topic we had left to cover. Please don't think we've forgotten about it. We do have afternoon tea available for everybody who is here at the Cartagena Convention Center. I would like to invite you to share a round of applause for everything that we have shared today, for the hope, for the knowledge, and also this fantastic opportunity to stand together in this cause that causes us all to get up in the morning. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Same time, same place. Thank you very much.
Buen panel. Muy bien, buenísimo. ¿Estás lista para ir a trabajar en televisión? Por favor, en 1 minuto y medio dígame qué pasó. Iba a decir eso, pero...